everyone. Bonus expands. We are going to talk to Jay now.
Shireen, light of my eyes, giver of boons and savior of the needy. From now on, two sons will grace the firmament of the Font Valancius Protectorate. One bright and powerful, like the rogue trader himself, and the other slightly more humble, like his unassuming partner, the diligent owner of the Mercatum Tabula Officiale, and all-around delight, Jai Hidari. As I promised before, my crew will be your eyes and ears across the entire expanse, Shireen. Just give them time. And of course, the assistant to official trade representative Jai Hidari is already rushing to Dargonis to deliver goods of rare and exquisite quality to you and your people, O master of many worlds. And once again, thank you, Shireen, from the bottom of my humble heart.
Okay. Enjoy the freedom. I see you have found it much to your taste. Lose this piece of paper, I will not get you another one. Throw me my witness. Enjoy the freedom and see if you found the taste. I see you have found it much to your taste.
A taste that is sweeter than honey and more titillating than the scent of steamy young bodies, Shireen.
Jay flashes a conspiratorial smile, leans forward and shamelessly holds your gaze, completely disregarding the officer's disapproval. Disapproving looks at you. She waits for your reply. Why is the stream starting like that? What are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing? I genuinely don't know. I don't wanna. No, fuck it.
Oh, I most definitely am not opposed, Shireen.
He greedily kisses you, and the indignant murmurs of your audience.
The sweetness of your lips, Shireen, clouds the mind better than Calixian wine on a balmy day. But you did not think I would just let you go, did you? A humble gift in return for all the trouble. May the Exalted One keep watching over the path that you tread. As you can see, I know how to be grateful and generous, and I'm sure you do too. I promise that I will continue to accept your every gift in the future with reverence and awe.
Battle-scarred cape. Okay. That might actually be something good. I will help you acquire a merchant certificate.
Oh, Shireen, thank you for such generosity. I will humbly wait until you steer your vessel towards Dargonus. The Mercatum Tabula Officiale. It sounds almost as majestic as the warrant of trade.
We already fixed that for you, though, didn't we? I've seen enough of the shiny wrappings of the corona. Tell me about the dark side.
The dark side is the real Coronis expanse, if you ask me. But what do you want to know about it, Shireen?
Um, how do they do things on Footfall?
Dynastieres drink with criminals. Rogue traders strike deals with the Casbalica. And dozens
Casbalica.
of ships stop off for a welcome break from a long voyage. Is there a more beautiful place in the entire Imperium? The Emperor is merciful to the meek and the powerful alike. There's a job for everyone as long as they have a head on their shoulders. And if you feel like talking to him in person, the statue of the Exalted One can be seen from any asteroid. You can pray to your heart's content.
Tell me about the Casabalic mission.
An ancient crime cartel that originated with the first settlers of the Calixis sector. It is run by shadowy clans with robber barons at the helm. Cross their path, and you risk making enemies all over the Coronis Expanse, or even the entire Imperium. As for the agents, they are just shameless, greedy scum.
Okay.
Every third person on Footfall is a Casbalican. But that doesn't mean all that rotten filth is acting together. I've been set up more than once just so some Casbalican can get one over on his rivals. And yet, the Casbalica is generous to its customers, if you can afford it. Anything can be obtained, organized, and transported for the right price. The customer is always right, unless they happen to be a rat. In which case...
Sighs and throws up her hands. Okay. Scum, rotten filth, rats. It's almost as if Mask briefly slips and she starts using words that have no place in the vocabulary of someone from the upper strata of the Imperium. No, she's probably not. Are you one of the Casbalic robber barons?
What gave you such an outrageous idea? Was it my immaculate garment? My gorgeous jewelry? Do not worry, Shireen. I will let you know once I become a baroness, should the Exalted One will it. Just imagine the strong and fruitful alliance that could be forged between a rogue trader and the mastermind of the Casbalica.
How did you become an Casbalican agent?
It's not hard to do on Footfall. I spent a year working for good old Christo. He was a brave soldier who gave up the ghost in a scuffle with orcs, and then took over his business. Having a good head on your shoulders and keeping the Exalted One in your heart helps to establish new contacts quickly. Eventually, I gathered together a group of honest and loyal people, and it only took a few successful contracts for the Casbalica to take notice. I quickly settled on Footfall and started dispensing my wisdom to my protégés and subordinates. I lost the taste for getting my hands dirty.
Tell me about the cold trades.
It really is simple, Shireen. The Casbalica runs the Imperium's black market, offering special goods to those who can afford their services. Yes, I am talking about Xeno artifacts too. Alien weapons, technology, sometimes even certain kinds of living creatures. Unlike the rogue traders whose sacred warrants make them immune even from the laws of the Exalted One, Casbalican agents are used to hiding and covering their tracks. Nobody wants to draw unwanted attention, no matter who might take an interest. Especially now that the Coronis Expanse has a warrior of the Golden Throne as its watchman.
Oh yeah, the Inquisitor.
Why not? The decision is yours, Shireen.
Did you know Fyodora von Valencius, my predecessor?
It is difficult not to be aware of the powers that be, especially ones like Lord Captain Theodora. But we never met personally, as the difference between our positions was far too great. Theodora was a mighty ruler, the center of her own universe, and I, a pathetic commoner, was nothing next to her. But you were kind to me, Shireen, and in my eyes that puts you above your esteemed aunt, or whoever she was to you.
You keep using the words I don't know I don't understand, like Shireen.
The language on Ifrit, my home world, is quite
Ifrit.
different from the one spoken in the Coronis Expanse. We bestow more than one meaning upon each word, allowing our wise men to fully express their sagacious thoughts, and us lowly commoners our base passions and desires. Take Arji, for example. That is what I call every piece of scum and villain, because Arji means evil and foe and pathetic worm unworthy of consideration. Or take Ashmag. It means fool and little brother, and blind man who stumbled and would fall into a pit without guidance. Shireen is... Shireen means friend and comrade and roommate in a battle formation, like we are.
Okay. Agatha seems to have gotten under your skin, am I right?
Argenta?
Argenta?
What could be more beautiful than the sight of a sister of battle, whose mere presence casts light in the dark corners of lost souls such as mine? But alas, what remains of my sanity is telling me that poor Jai can only admire the radiance of this angel, forsaking any hope of ever touching her wings.
You don't look like a typical smuggler.
No truer words have ever been said. I'm far more exciting than some small-time peddlers from Footfall. Allow me to introduce myself properly. I am Jai Amira Fatqin Tamiri Ash Ifrit, the 12th daughter of the Lord of Ifrit, a distant world at the fringes of the Imperium. The youngest child is destined to become a bargaining chip in the family's political games. But I was unwilling to accept such a fate, and wanted to choose what to become and which path to follow. When I learned the Exalted One watches over hundreds of other worlds amidst distant stars, I understood there was an entire world of opportunities beyond Ifrit. All I had to do was break the familial bonds tying me down and escape the planet, which I did a long time ago.
Why did you choose the Chronos Expanse? How did you escape Efred?
I convinced my father I personally wished to oversee the inspection of imported goods. I had to get experience so I wouldn't bring shame on our family, didn't I? I made friends with traders, missionaries, and soldiers at the port. I listened to their stories, studied the charts, learned what documents I had to forge to escape the planet. A kind word here, a shiny coin there. And here I am, in the iron belly of a ship, braving the void in search of a new life.
Judging from your implant, you've had quite a few close shaves over the years.
Consider it a mark of my trade. This year, Xenos. Dumb-headed orcs. Who knew that we weren't the only ones to get tempted by the wreck of that raider? As for this treasure, I received it as a reward for a life that had been just a little too good. I was in a hurry to get to the Adeptus Amasacus after the Exalted One blessed me with immense wealth. I was 2 backstreets away from the den when a pathetic Ashmag attacked me, envious of somebody else's fortune.
You're familiar with the implants like the one that have replaced Jay's neck. It merely one part of a massive augment replacing the internal organs. A slit throat could not have been the cause of installing such a sophisticated device. Okay, so she's not telling the truth, the full truth. Why did you choose the Chronos Expanse?
The Coronis Expanse. A gorgeous name, isn't it? But this backwater wasn't my original destination when I escaped Sherin. Oh no, it was the rumors of incredible freedom that brought me to the Coronis Expanse. Freedom that is generously bestowed upon everyone who can survive in these parts. All doors are open here. You can become a saint, a mogul, a kingmaker, or anyone you like, really. Here, hard work pays off, unless you're used to lying by the roadside and complaining instead of toiling for the good of your soul, glory, wallet, or whatever floats your boat. I'm used to working hard, and so I found my blessing.
Thank you very much for the follow. Gray Smiths? Thank you very much. Welcome to
All
the stream.
relationships are based on mutual trust. That goes for business too.
Tell me about your business in the Coron's Expanse.
My trade means knowing the right people and non-people, having the right connections and making sure the precious goods find their way into the hands of my no less precious customers. My wisdom includes the knowledge of the enemies of humankind, be they Xenos or the lowest scum of the Imperium, as well as the latest knowledge about how vicious, cruel, dangerous beasts. Humans hold little interest for Xenos. We are entertained. I think we've said all there is to say on this topic.
Okay, let's go here again.
My trade means knowing the right people and non-people, having the right connections and making sure the precious goods find their way into the hands of my no less precious customers. My wisdom includes the knowledge of the enemies of humankind, be they Xenos or the lowest scum of the Imperium, as well as the latest knowledge about how they charge for any particular curio at the Footfall Market. Not even the most cunning Ajri will deceive you as long as I am with you, Shireen. I promise you that. Whatever I have can be yours too, if your unfathomable wealth isn't enough for you already, I mean.
Do you do business with the enemies of humanity?
It has been known to happen. After years of dealing with Xenos, I've learned their customs and even got a grasp of their language. Except they cringe whenever I start speaking. Arrogant sods. They dislike even our voices, but they never turn away our valuables. Then again, I'm used to seeing sour faces. In this trade, the easily offended go out of business.
So what you want to say? So what you want, but consorting with Xenos is betrayal. Perhaps your knowledge will serve the Von Valencia's protectorate.
I have no doubt you will have to deal with Xenos sooner or later. When that time comes, Shireen, you will thank the Exalted One for sending me to stand at your side.
You have many talents. You could be sitting bad reaping the fruits of your own work, so why have you chosen to embrace the viscosities of lives aboard void ships?
You're fun to talk. I grew tired of scribing endless contracts and agreements neatly tucked away on Footfall. Well, I did that for how many years? But here, among the stars, you are always balanced on a knife edge. Nothing thrills me more than the tension of a warp jump, or the danger that lurks around every corner on a planet. Footfall was beginning to make me fat and stupid, Shireen. I do not want that.
Jay speaks measuredly, with the right amount of laziness in her voice, but her performance cannot conceal a slight tremble in her voice. Whatever Jay's afraid of, that is what drove her off Footfall. You have many talents.
Thank you, Shireen. Being able to read and write is chief among them. You may not be aware, but this science is beyond the abilities of billions of the Imperium subjects. And yet they happily keep drudging along in their factories, fundy, and assembly lines. Me? I didn't escape Ifrit to consign myself to such misery. It was literacy that paved my path to copied orders, forged signatures, counterfeited papers. The wonderful things that make the wheels of bureaucracy turn in the right direction.
Tell me about are you really that rich?
Compared to the rabble on Footfall, perhaps. Compared to you. Be it power or money, I still have a long way to go. I could purchase one of Footfall's asteroids, but not a planet. I could subjugate a few gangs from the shady districts, but not Vladium. And so the answer to your question is no. I do not consider myself rich. I am not rich enough.
Yeah. What are we up to? What about your gang stated back on Footfall? Do you trust them?
Do I trust the trickster twins? By the Exalted One, no. The underhanded rogues of Footfall came up with that name for a reason. The tricks of those frenzied ashmags are all about things far more intriguing than the honest and law-abiding subjects of the Imperium can imagine.
The mention of her fellow cold traders make Jay's eyes shine a bit brighter than usual.
On the other hand, this is why I am keeping them close. Kor and Tora know who lifted them out of the cesspit proudly called the Shadow Quarters, and who has been feeding that ravenous beast their insatiable lust for lucre. No, they are not going to betray me if only because they know I am now a part of your entourage, Shireen. They're not going to let the biggest pie in the Imperium pass them by without trying to get a slice for themselves.
Tell me about the scenes of the Chronos Expanse.
Vicious, cruel, dangerous beasts. Humans hold little interest for Xenos. We are entertainment for them, a means to keep boredom at bay. A commodity. But some of them contact us once in a while using their own people. Do not deceive yourself by thinking you are safe because there are no Xenos in sight. Those Agi are as cunning as they are ruthless. They cleverly pull at the strings of spies and traitors, subjugate those who do not fall for the promised reward, transform the ones who resist their promises into soulless puppets. The Emperor watches over me, and that is why I still haven't succumbed to the fate of many of my associates who have lost their lives to the stringy scoundrels. I think we've said all there is to say on this topic.
You're telling me tales about your colorful past, Jay, but I feel not all of these stories are true.
Listen, Shireen, the giver of happiness and the dearest of my friends. I am who I am. A cold trader, a Caspalican agent, and your partner. We each have a past, and that past is sealed. I'm not prying into your soul, am I? Well, have pity on mine. It has already been gnawed at by the Aji. And if you don't like the sound of that, we'll just go our separate ways. Deal?
Thanks for sharing this.
All relationships are based on mutual trust. That goes for business too. The youngest child is destined to become a bargaining...
Okay, yeah,
All
no.
relationships are based on mutual trust. That goes for business too.
I will see you later.
Oh, I have no doubt you will.
Lost. Okay. We are actually heading out here now. We have a few more planets to explore that we actually have unlocked. We have a few more. So we're still in talk to the ceremony master. We're going to wait with that a bit. And we are going to head out. So the thing is, where do we actually have it? Where do we actually... So we have that. We went all the way over there. We have currently 0. So we can't actually go there in a good way. I took visit the system, didn't I? Yep. Really? That's red? Warp traveling there. And we are going to... Did we get anything new for you? 90 damage. We got long range, short range, long range, short range. You know what? We're actually going to equip that. That means we have 2 long range cannons we can actually make use of, and we are already full on that. Okay, something happened. I presume an event happened. Yeah, an event happened and something is going on. It could be Drukari, it could be just another character event or something of that manner. But it's something going on. Okay, and we have... What the fuck is doing here? You're just a pungent animal hand hits your nose. A huge predator materializes out of nowhere in the middle of your chamber, studies you with an unblinking gaze. Cautiously look around. You see nothing indicating this strange new marvel has come from. The animal tracks your every move. Something about you seems to have captured its attention. Think you may have an idea of what. There's a good pet. Tentatively flexes its tail, okay? Sit here. Siriko. Oh my god. Oh, be a good... Oh, you two have already met Shireen. Is this some perverse attempt to kill me? What's going on? I'm giving you a gift, Shireen. Isn't it obvious? Should I have put a ribbon around her? Oh, I got a pet. Oh my god. That's a big one. Generous hearts do not hide their feelings but shower their nearest and dearest with gifts. I won't deny it. Choosing a worthy gift of a rogue trader wasn't easy, but I tried my best. Do you like her? Why did you give me a laser axe? Where did you get her? I hired a hunter to catch me a suitable beast in the jungles of Jania. She cost me 7 times what she weighs. But the Exalted One does not send us friends, so that's what... That we can be stingy in our affection, does she? Does he? What's her name? I like the name Sirocco. Sirocco? It's a name of a deadly wind that originates in the hottest desert of Eferet. But you're her owner, so you should name her. Okay. When I look into her eyes, I see death, so I'll call her Death. That's a sentence. She's Sirocco. She's a beauty. Yeah, that's... Shall I give a name that is meaningful to my dynasty? Dragona? Lazareks are dangerous. They hardly sleep, and they have a nasty temper that reminds me of someone. I call her Ravor. No, we're sticking with Sirocco. Loss in respect. The sharpest fang, the deadliest beauty in all of the expanse, but I reckon... in all of the expanse, I reckon, but I like it. Why would you give me a laser axe? Can you think of a better pet for a rogue trader? Laser axe are fearsome, strong, and proud creatures, just like you. You will strike awe in the hearts of your guests when they see you tame the wild beasts of the dangerous creature, and if anyone even misbehaves, you can feed them to the laser axe, and it will be most impressive, admit it. It's a magnificent accessory. Is she house trained? uh, is, is she house trained? She is a fast learner. Jay is suddenly cagey. I already taught her the command "don't eat." it's like having a thank you for your for the gift. I knew you would approve. Shireen claps. Jay claps her hands loudly, and the animal whips around at the noise with a predatory interest. I think she will be shown off to her best advantage next to your throne. Oh my fucking god! Not what I expected. That is to be sure. Not what I expected at all. This thing here is what bizarre fragment hung on the trophy board. The light smooth surface. Object dotted with dark spots and crumbling holes. I still don't know what that is. Oh, yeah, we got ourselves a new cape, didn't we? This one. Battle Scarred. That one is the new one. Battles. Oh, seriously? We actually got a duplicate. Add the cargo. We can add those to cargo as well. That to cargo as well. Last add to cargo. That's the thing I was looking at. A heavy stubber. I don't think we can actually make something out of that. So I think we're going to stick with Melta. Melta Ultimate. We're sticking with the heavy Melta. And we can only have one servo skull. That's the skull from the guy who died in Kiva Gamma. The servo skull there. Hideous steel devil destroyed by a rogue trader aboard a corrupted void. Mask of Aurora, prophet of the arch enemy who foretold the final dawn of Rakan Monoris. Oh, so these are all the things we've done. The blade of the Drukari Xenos is one of the trophies taken from the bodies of the enemies during Dragon's defense. Oh, okay. Cracked helmet of an Eldari, reminder of the victory over the enemies of humanity on the agri world, Janus. What is this? Diffuse explosion device in the inhuman hands brought. Okay. Okay. We're visiting the system. I think we visited this system like in one of the where we had a horrible. Oh yeah, Lord Captain, carrier ships are patrolling the system. The likelihood of slipping past the patrol unnoticed is close to zero. We did this like way back though. So we're going to head in here. The Argo crew picks up a heavily damaged Shinos void ship among the countless rocks and mass of asteroid belts. An Eldari vessel beyond a doubt, according to the Von Valencius archives. About 100 standard years ago, an Imperial Navy set up a barrier in the system against pirates and humanity, the enemies of humanity. Countless prime mines are scattered among the wreckage. The Voxman managed to tune to the ships to an unconventional frequency, and the bridge suddenly fills with chime of Xenos voices. Drawn out, mournful, they sing in unknown tongues, but every officer on the bridge can sense that this is dire. Answer the call, Yolette jumps to the cognitive, straddling the officer on the bridge with her sudden jolt in the hopes of understanding the Monkai technology and figuring out how to help her kin. The Eldari runs in circles around the blinking vid screens, but the mysterious of the machine gun eludes the Xenos. Then she turns to the Lord Captain, powerless. Yolette asks the Elentak to help her kin, who have found themselves trapped in this snare of fate. The Eldari are enervated and weak, and their song is a cry of despair and the cry that is fading. Logistics officer lead the master helmsman Ravor and order the plot a course order communication with the vessel. However, the Xenos do not respond to the incoming signals. After several attempts, the frequency tuned by the Max gets lost and the mournful song fades away. Lord Captain inquires after the state of the vessel. The Eldari hull and engine have presumably been damaged in a collision with a small celestial body. However, it's impossible to prove or disprove this hypothesis, such as the Xenos vessel differ too much from those of the Imperium. We order the servants of the machine gun to prepare a plan for clearing the mines without harming the Xenos ship. After several hours have passed, ship clock servants on the side present them neutralize the ancient mine. Success of operation is assessed as extremely probable. We're going this. We're sending in a shuttle to the ship. Now all the crew can do is hope that the calculations are correct and the veteran officer's experience has not let down. Von Valesian has a shuttle with an experienced pilot scout in hopes of a smaller vessel can bypass the ancient mines. Yeah. A shuttle enthusiastically proceeds with caution, confidently avoiding the chunks of rock and nearly imperceptible mines. However, the shuttle reaches the void ship. The rescue team catches the bridge off guard. The vessel's starboard side has been breached by macro weapons of an unknown Imperial void ship. There are no survivors. Shielding her eyes, Yolette closes them and clutches the spirit stone on her breast, coming to. The Eldari does not speak for a time, with a note of sadness in her voice, carefully picking her word. She concedes that Elentak did all they could to save her kin, and yet it's the Monkai who's responsible for the loss of the Eldari void ship. Saddened by the pain and hatred that the humans have wrought upon her kind, Yolette quietly leaves the bridge. Sometimes simply impossible to outrun fate. Yep. Guess we're going to fight our way out of this. I've gotten better at void combat. I have absolutely gotten better at void combat. Am I good at void combat? No, not really. That's for sure.
I can see crimson lights in the void.
Sigil Destroyer, Sigil Destroyer. Okay. And it sits straight behind us.
With the force of a supernova!
Missed.
Helmsman, take us in. Make every shot count. Fire at will. Let the void sort them out.
Why can't I click that? Okay, I guess we're going there now.
Engage the engines.
Okay, where do we have? Weak side is that side. Okay. Sigil Destroyer. We need to destroy at least 1 or 2 each round. The thing is, we need to lure them in. That's the thing I've noticed. If you lure them in, you can actually get away with a lot of stupid shenanigans against them. Okay, we're going to go that route, pop that. And that means... if we stand there and we pop you, can we actually reach you then? We can.
Salvo!
So the trick is now...
Lance batteries! Volley!
Come on. Oh, it's missed. That's bullshit. Pop that.
With the force of a supernova!
Okay. Yeah, we turn. Okay, we need to restart the shields.
Beware, Lord Captain. Our shield is down.
Yeah.
Make every shot count. Macro cannons, open fire! Keep up the pressure. Launch batteries, volley.
Going to move that way. Pop that.
Salvo.
And then we are going to pop that.
All hands, prepare for acceleration.
Schedule destroyers, we get 2 more now. We destroyed 2. Our shield are going to be returned. Yeah. Not great. That's going to hit on the shield side though. Okay. Shield side.
Void shields at minimum effectiveness.
And that's going to hit the back side. Okay, yeah. Okay.
Let them taste our fury. Make every shot count.
We want to go for that one, I think, or we can go. You know what? Let's go that. Still there, huh?
With the force of a supernova.
Miss. No, we lost the shields on that side. Oh no, it's back. We're all full shield. Okay, great. Yeah, let's fucking run a bit. Gain a bit of time. That way.
Don't let the void take us all.
I think we might actually be done for.
Let them taste our fury.
Okay, and we're doing that maneuver.
Engage the engines. Fire at will.
Okay. Pump that. Okay, where... it's the opposite, of course.
Coordinates set. With the force of a supernova.
Miss.
Let the void sort them out.
Okay. And we got 2 more incoming now. Yep, I'm going to die here. Where is the last save now? Please don't tell me it's somewhere obnoxiously long away. Because I forgot to save before we actually encounter the planet there. Oh, this is the last save. Okay, we will give this another try then.
Fire at will.
The thing is, we need pretty much to have...
Salvo! Lance batteries, volley! Keep up the pressure. Helmsman, take us in.
Need to think offensively. Need to think offensively.
Engage the engines.
The big hitting ability we have is this one. So we're going to try to make use of that as much as possible. Reload one round.
Lance batteries, volley.
And hit.
Make every shot count.
Okay, great. These two are down almost. And it spawns right behind me. Oh, of course it does.
Let the void sort them out.
Have one within vision. If I place myself here,
Let
you're
them
within
chase
range.
our fury.
Okay. Then we pump that up. We can hit you.
With the force of a supernova.
Okay, great. That's already shot, so we only have that up there. We're going to be turning around. Yep.
Helmsman, take us in. Lance batteries, volley!
Okay, great. Oh. $11. Okay.
Lost the shield. Emperor, protect us.
Yeah, there's one left. That's fucking bullshit. No, it's actually
All
like
hands
that. So we
prepare
can
for
hit it with
acceleration.
this one, I think. Yeah, we can. Let's pop that first. Can we get a weak point on our side? We got a weak point on our side. Okay, great.
With the force of a supernova!
If I had that one off cooldown, 2 extra, we might have actually been able to hit it with that as well. We're restarting. And we're moving further away. I'm actually showing. Yeah, and we got more of them. Okay, that's on the shield side. That's that is not on the shield side. Yep. I can't hit them. Wait. No, they're right outside my range. We can pop that. Move forward 1. Bomb
Macro
you.
cannons, open fire!
pop
torpedoes away!
torpedoes. Oh, I would have been able to hit all of them if I did that. But no.
Fire at will.
What? That's bullshit. That's fucking utter bullshit, but yeah.
Lance batteries. Volley!
Why haven't my... Yeah, attack the torpedoes. I'm fine with that, honestly.
Decks are reporting hull breaches. Executing damage control.
Let them taste our fury!
Even if I jump to the side, that's not going to make a difference.
Coordinates set. Fire at will. Helmsman, take us in.
That's two more. Yeah, we're not going to make this.
Salvo!
How are we? So if I hop to over there, we can shoot you. Let's pop that, see if we can actually get a more adventures. And we got the absolute shot on by then. Okay, great.
Launch batteries. Volley. Let the void sort them out. Coordinates set.
Reload, and then
Make every shot count. All hands, prepare for acceleration.
personal maneuvers. I probably need to pop that before, okay. Of course. And that's going to be the kill shot, isn't it? Yep. Oh yeah, that... I cannot... Seriously? We just have... Two days. Okay, I guess we need to redo that because why the fuck not? Because fuck my life, that's why. We cannot beat that. We cannot beat that. I want them to autosave when you enter a system. I want them to autosave when they enter a system. Not when you enter the combat. Not stuff like that. I want them to autosave when they enter the system. Because autosaving, yes, it could be used in scummy ways, absolutely. We're going to do this.
Sherry. As I promised before, my crew will be your eyes and ears across the entire expanse, Shireen. Just give them time. And of course, the assistant...
Yep.
You are welcome to call our relations whatever you like, Shireen. After all, words mean little.
Okay, we're loading that again, because fuck my life. We started talking to her the first thing we did. So pretty much the hour we've done is gone. Because that's my life, I guess. The thing is, I don't want to reload and actually go and get other things that I didn't do in the first reload. So the second reload is fucked over because I didn't do the same thing. So I want to do the same thing because, yeah. Wait, if I go into options, accessibilities, don't really count, game, language, allow, autosave slots free, quick save slots free, auto pause, when detected when area is loaded, auto turn back. Let's go 5 there. F5 is save as well. Okay, okay. That is...
Sherry. As I promised before, my crew will be your eyes and ears across the entire...
Hope you enjoy.
A taste that is sweeter than honey.
Okay.
Oh, the sweetness of your lips, Sherry. As you can see, I know how to be grateful and generous. And I'm sure you do too. I promise that I will continue to accept your every gift in the future with reverence and awe.
I've seen...
The dark sun, dinner, and ancient, every time. What gave you? It's not. It's real. Why not? The decision is yours. To young, consider
Yeah.
all relationships are based on mutual trust. That goes for business too. Listen, all relationships are to youngest. All relationships. My tank. It has been known to happen. After years of dealing with Xenos, I've learned their customs, and even I have no doubt you will have to deal with Xeno. Your. Do I trust? On the other, vicious. I think we've said all there is to say on this topic. It is difficult not to be aware of the powers that be, especially ones like Lords Captain Argenta. What could be more beautiful? The language on Ifrit. Take Arji, for example. That is what I call every... Oh, Shireen, thank you for such generosity. I will humbly wait until you steer your vessel towards Dargonus. The Mercatum Tabula Officiale. It sounds almost as majestic as the warrant of trade. Oh,
Okay.
I have no doubt you will.
Okay. So, yeah. Where were we now? Where were we now? We went to the far right. Like, we went up to this place. I don't know what to say, honestly. But that is one of the places we need to go to just to gain gain the points we need for more navigators tokens, pretty much. Come on. It is the event about Sorokan. Still love the bastard. Cautiously look around. There's a good pet. Continue. Is this your pet? I want one. What's going on? A gift. Why did you give me a LSX? Proud. Blah 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 blah. Where did you get it? From Janus. Is she house trained? What's her name? She is Sirocco. Deadliest beauty, I reckon. Is she house trained at all? She's a fast learner. I've already taught her command don't kill. Thank you for your gift. Okay, so here was where we were, pretty much. Okay, great. Wait, what was that? Long-eyed beast, the fierce forever caption. In the midst of the final moment. Okay, so we gotten that fixed. Okay, let's head back to the bridge and see where we go. I feel like majority of the things that's going to happen is going to be major events from now on. Because I've already gotten like the point where it's just like gather all the actually want to see. I'm doing one thing differently now. We're going straight in to send 1, 2, 3, 4. It's 4 patrols. We're just going to do the Azariah event quest here. And we're going for that. Succeeded calculation, correct veteran officers. Calculations. Orders his established communication. Send shuttles with experienced pilot. Yeah, straight up. Reports catches bridge off guard. Okay, yeah. So, the thing I wanted to see is if you ask for auger reports and stuff like that, they will start. I need a stronger ship. I need a stronger void ship. That seems to be the one thing. If I get a stronger void ship, I can actually manage maybe to take care of all the enemies there. We're going to do that as well. Armor. Your Lordship, I humbly ask you grace me with your audience. I simply must inform you of a series of outrageous breaches of discipline that threatens to dissipate the dynasty's coffers. Okay, what's going on now? What is going on now? That's a good question. What has he done now? I don't know. It's one of those like, oh yes, characters that kind of just off-puts me. I haven't heard voice acting from him, but that's how I feel he talks. Your Lordship, I report systematic and flagrant attack on the dynasty's coffers perpetrated by your companion Mistress Haydari. The Emperor as my witness. The worst rumors of her thieving ways proved to be significant understatement of reality. What crime has she committed? What crimes has she committed against the treasury? How much has her chicanery cost us? Okay. What crimes has she committed against the treasury? She's extorting bribe and obligations, gift favors for her, and in particular, she is exploiting rumors of connections between herself and your lordship, scrupulously gathering bribes, and a sundry hinting of this at how displeased your lordship will be to hear if anyone is being uncooperative. I myself have found myself the victim of her attacks with peculiar frequency due to my position. How much has her chicanery cost us? Surprised by the question, Director Velicifate before saying, on the protected wide scale, an astronomical sum she has extorted from us seems negligible, but it's worth of notice nevertheless. I cannot help but be outraged of her blind exploitation of your goodwill. Bring the embezzler to me. Okay, it seems it's a J day today. Wish to see me? She bestows a dazzling smile upon you and looks at pure contented Dunrock. The High Factorum is worried about your exploiting of your privileged position. I have been informed you have been soliciting bribes. Yeah, we're going with this. High Factorum is worried you're exploiting your privileged position. The High Factorium should try to worry less. It's not good for the slanderous little heart that pumps blood around his ungrateful carcass. Oh my god! But I am surprised he has not worried before, when he showered me with generous gifts the moment I arrived on board. Of course, I will not accuse him of trying to buy my favor. Factorum's face changes color to match his jacket, whose collar suddenly appears to be digging into his flabby throat. However, the source of these blessings dried up as soon as he learned our connection, Shireen. I consider it a profound wrong that our affection should have had such an unhappy effect on my material well-being. Therefore, I took it upon myself to remind the High Factorium of his previous largesse. The bumbling suitor who dangled after my companion. Now you're trying to settle score. Generous henceforth you will furnish. I have been informed you've been soliciting bribes. Bribes? What Ashmax besmirched the worm's eaten lip with sucurlious lies? Actually, don't tell me. I don't even want to hear their black-ended name. I have never demanded bribes of any of my vassals, but I have willingly accepted the gifts they've offered. Is that a crime? Mistress, Hadrian is squabbling over schematics. She may not demand anything directly, but she drops heavy hints. Perhaps this isn't about the hints, but the habits of the rotten, venal soul accustomed to dueling out bribes left and right and thereby draining the dynasty's treasure. I'd be curious to know, Danrock, how much of the von Valencia's fortune have you squandered by handling out bribes to people who did not ask for them? Danrock, the bumbling suitor, you dangle after my companion. Now you're trying to settle score. Get out of my sight. Oh my god, I want to do that. I want to do that so badly, but not really. Like, he is an asshole, but he hasn't. He's tried his best. I don't want to be that. Generous henceforth you will furnish yea with her desire. Is that clear? Why do you need such gift? Do you not receive enough through working with me? I'm a business movement, Shireen. I extract profit from everything. Is in my nature. When a desert lion catches the scent of blood, he will eat even if his belly is full, for who knows when he next feast will come. Besides, what a girl doesn't like receiving gifts? Jay lowers her abashed gaze to the floor. Okay, I command you stop roughhood over the over my factum and my treasury. These are unjust reproaches, are just a hailstorm upon my soul. All right, Shireen, I will not trouble the treasure again, although I find it very strange that you trust a man who hides his real smell on the lashing perfume. Everyone knows that this is a sign of a true heart's proclivity for deceit. Jay leaves viciously treading on the Factora's foot as she goes, no doubt already plotting a new affront to Danrock's ears. Oh, fuck. Thank you, your lordship. Your servants will be pleased to know how they are protected against envenoments of the grasping viper. Oh, for fuck's sake. Is he going to bite me? What do we have Agatha saying?
Greetings.
Even the stillness of Agatha's radiant Enya, with her dark eyes shining and a slight blush on her cheek, she is reciting a prayer and looks at you once she has spoken the final line. What kind of gift do you think I could give Jay? No, we're not doing that. Fuck that. Fuck that. Tell me about yourself.
About me? I am the Emperor's daughter and his servant. What else is there to tell about me?
Okay, it seems we have picked up a romance with Jay. I don't know how, but we started a romance with Jay. I think it has to do with just... I think we've done everything in this system, but I want to check anyway. Stash of the Children of Azurai. Cloak. Whenever the wearer deals damage with an attack of opportunity, gain a shroud effect. This does not affect us, not shroud. As long as the wearer has the shroud effect, when becoming the target of an attack, they automatically dodge after the shroud effect removed. One-handed scorpion chainsword. Gotta love that. Gotta love that. So you can actually have things happening in old zones? Like zones you visited. In the middle of a warp jump, sensors detect approaching void ship. It's similar in our size, but greater tonnage. The unidentified did not respond to our hails and kept its course, approaching us as high speed. Try to avoid collision. Unplanned maneuver took its toll on the crew and the ship, and yet it worked. Unidentified Zara, or perhaps its warp merge, passed us and made no attempt of following us. Plasteel. We tapped the Xenotech, right? Let's tap that as well. Why not? Then we've actually been productive. We tap that, yeah. Silence. We have these two, but we need a fair bit more points to actually get to them even. So I guess we are actually going back to the night the Lord Captain and some of his crew were awakened by beautiful music. The sound seemed to caress their minds until they realized that the source was their own bodies, while their teeth were chattering out sancto. Their tendons were being plucked like a string by unseen hands. Invisible breath flown through their bones, turning them into mournful flutes. The illusion ended, but for a long time afterwards, every moment made their hearts stutter in fear. Was the orchestra about to strike up once again? Okay, so we are heading down to the planet now to deal with event shipwrecks? Lord Captain's presence required. A ship full of cargo crashed on the planet's law speakers who are, if you're calm, into ship. Security. -3 security. Order the ship to be looted. Cleanse the wreckage with fire. A ship full of people and cargo crashed on the planet. Law speakers are wondering if you have a claim to the lost ship. We have only 2 security. We're cleansing it with fire, are we though? Plus 200. Plus 200 what? Metal scrap. Fuel. Okay, we'll lose 3 security. Affect the ability of the colony to cope with negative effects on its own. I guess we're cleansing it with fire then? Yeah, that's a plus thing at least. Purifying flame has rid your world of potential outsiders, Fred. Okay, where do we have you now? What can we actually do with you? We can get ourselves a Shield of the Emperor. Critical hit chance against enemy ships, against enemy pirates. Scraps from battles. We can only get one of these. Promethean and Plasteel, crit against pirate. Imperial Navy reputation, 4 times weapon production. Is that for... security for all colonies? Minus security. Winning Master Raider. We're going with the Shield of the Emperor. Plus 1 security for all colonies seems really good. Yep. Escort ship. The Rogue Trader's flagship is escorted by an armed frigate. More ships! Fuck yeah! We're doing that without a heartbeat now then. And we can only get one of these, huh? Okay. Profit factor is still the same. That's actually fairly good. Foul stone. Which one is foul stone now again? Colony management. Foulstone. Foulstone. Janus. And that is Desert Foulstones. I need to go all the way down there. Okay. Colony management, Foulstone. We are at Foulstone right now. Okay. Dragonus. Lord Captain, we have received a report from Dragonus. Some of the common folk from the new ruin Sikon 89 has succumbed to heresy of defiance, forming into engine vandal gangs. Now they ride among the wastelands on waste-adapted cleaning Goliaths. They have declared themselves an outside of the Raw, raiding the hive's outskirts only to escape retribution in the toxic waste. Many of them did not want to obey your more equitable decisions to send them to the restoration site on Sikapon, and thus they have fled the labor settlements, committing the heresy of disobedience. Rumor has it that the Brigadine clan in charge of the Brin removal in the ruins of Sycophon keep in contact. We could pass on your words to the renegades via the brigadiers, of course, or force them to disclose the location of the rebels' nomadic camps. If they are tenacious and militant, let them guard the hives in exchange for a small tribute. Security, complacency. Destroy these engines heretics and show them no mercy. What is that? Wasteland Twister. Two-hand. Define brutal strike. Okay. Adeptus starters equipment. Drukari L. Okay, yeah. How do they survive in the wasteland, and why did they decline my rule? This is rather uncomfortable way of life, your lordship. They must have always been wary of acid rain and hurricanes, moving a decent distance from the hives if they do not plan on raiding at the moment. They get their food from abandoned outposts, paying for it with the lives of those killed by the autonomous security system. Water and promethium are rationed very strictly. They live by marauding and occasionally hunt and plunder, sometimes their own kin and sometimes the outskirts of the hives. They are tribes of degenerate and barbarians that is rapidly developing its own clan culture. The civilized residents of the hive shoot the scum any chance they get. What is this Brigadier clan? This is a union of worker and technomats who have been working on the lower levels of Sycophon, small-scale bosses of watches and the shifts, useful common folk who have proven their worth with diligent labor and valuable knowledge. Of course, they stand much lower than the esteemed trader, let alone the aristocrats, but the common folk heed their kin, and the brigadiers have both the authority and the ability to manage them. The Sycophon keep themselves, but the brigadiers have not shown any sign of disloyalty. They were the first to volunteer to return to the ruins of Sycophon and set up debris removal projects. They are certainly useful and accustomed to the praise of the emperors through their labor. Moreover, their grief at the loss of their homes and the resilience which they have accepted it made them appear like heroes and martyrs in the eyes of other commoners. Let the brigadiers negotiate with the Vandals. We can send some thrones and avoid the problems altogether. Profit factor, complacency. Wasteland generator. An engine component of Dragonus fleet frigate was discovered on the Wasteland. Torpedo tubes capable of firing 5 burning plasma, dealing with 19 damage a warhead. Okay, that could actually be something. That could absolutely be something. If they are so tenacious and militant, let them guard the hives in exchange for a small tribute. Rogue trader gains 1+ movement. What was that then? Mechanism and that, so we don't get a constant one. We lose profit factor on it. We're up 4 profit factor though. On Dragonus. We're off. Yeah, it's Dragonus, yeah. So we're at 1 nan. Destroy the heretic engines. We get a sword complacency, but we lose efficiency. Complacency. And it's just a normal greatsword, so that's not really interesting. So it's in between these two we go. I wish to hear what my advisors have to say. If the engine vandals have managed to tame ancient machine spirits, that means they are technomats or even tech priests among their ranks. That render them negotiable. It would be efficient to utilize such renegades instead of disposing of them. Promise a reward for every prized technology found in the wastes of Dragonus, and return back to the dynasty will ensure their obedience and tractability. If you wish to exterminate them, Elentak, do not waste your time hunting them. Instead, deceive them into defeating each other with a prize, a weapon or a trophy that they can fight for. After the Monkai are finished slicing each other up for the right to obtain it, your warriors shall finish the deed. This tactic has proving itself very useful against your kind. The aristocrats of Dragonus despite them, but they are secretly afraid of them, correct? Renegades that invoke such fear, I wonder if I had exiles like this in my home, would they have curbed their ambition of my brother and sister? Would they have supported me in the case of conflict? Oh, I'm scheming and I'm conspiring right now, am I not? Bravo, Lady Cassia. Do not be ashamed of unique abilities bestowed upon you by your heritage. They are your birthrights. Same complaint. Oh, so me talking actually removed some of the backsides to it. Oh, nice. Still profit factor. Lady Cassia is right. We should help them give the aristocrats a real threat to keep them in their place. Yeah. Why not? Fuck it. You know what? No. We're going with Pascal. We're going with Pascal. Draft a direct message at the Omniscience Renegade. Let them serve the acquisition of knowledge. Profit factor. We're at 44. Yeah, fine. May lost be found again. The former servants of the serfs of the Omnisci are now a part of the Engine Vandals. Were glad and actively collaborated and redeemed themselves in the eyes of the Deus Mechanicus. The common folk did not dare judge this union, fearing the menace of the priest clad in scarlet. Hive raids have become rare occurrence. The expeditions are returning from the wastelands with relics that had once been lost in the vast plains, which makes their way into the dynasty's vault via the Brigadier clan. Nice! Okay, let's deal with this first. Pilgrims. We've had some bad experience with pilgrims. Thousands of serfs have left their workstation to gather for a holy pilgrimage. People, send a personal representative with the pilgrims. Forbid the pilgrims. Allow this subject to set out on their own way. -2 times the people, but gain complacency +2. Allow this subject to set out on their own. I think we're going to let out their subject set out on their own, honestly. Manufacturing grants to halt after 1,000 workers left their posts. Oh, we are here now. What are we going to do? Reputation of Magrev? Lord. I am leaning towards... Whenever the wearer kills their target with a melee attack, all enemies within 2 range will suffer the wearer's willpower mental damage. That's not bad, honestly. Bureaucrat. Unquenchable greed. Blocks of good tidings. Efficiency 4. I'm going with this. It improves efficiency, complacency. I get a reputation with the explorators. And I think that might actually be good for one of the melee characters. Oh my god. So that is the following project must be completed in the colony. Bonefire's right. Yeah, we're going Bonefire Righteousness, that's for sure. What do we have? Dara's Footsteps. A charge ability. The charge ability grant additional damage equal to the wearer's willpower against demon Xenos. Rogue trade against 10+ to all characteristics during the warp encounter battles. Rogue trader and their ally gain 20% damage against demons. Rogue trader and their allies gain 20% damage against demons. Do I get those both? Hammer of Equity. All damage dealt by this when this weapon pushes is increased by 100%. Nope. We're going to first get the magrels. Yeah, magrels. We don't want the cemetery of the faithful. Profit factor. Indulgence of sale. Yeah, let's go with that one. Okay, we now have Janus to go to as well. Janus is weird because I don't know what to build. I'm feeling this profit factor and times the chems. But it blocks the biological chapel and that just... Okay, yeah. We're going to execute that there. Okay. Up to the void. I want to actually hunt Drukari, but it seems like we're hitting the point now where we are kind of stuck. We're heading over there now. Devastation. Okay, that's not a good thing. Yukari's raid has targeted and drags away thousands of people aboard their vessels. Ignore the call for help. Enter the battle. Of course we're going to enter the battle. Do we have an opportunity to actually fight some off? Fight some Drukari? After what they did yesterday? Yeah, fuck them. Fuck them.
Their efforts will be for naught.
Sword class frigate. We're up against 2 other frigates as well. Okay, fire. They're both going for me, of course they are.
Coordinates set! With the force of a supernova! Helmsman, take us in! Macro cannons, open fire!
I am hugging you right now.
Fire at will! Keep up the pressure.
I don't think that was a good idea, but hey, fuck it. I think the torpedoes in the back can actually hit me. Okay, we're 1-2 short. Duration 1 round for every 10 points in the points officer's demolition skill. Okay, so that's going that way, that's going that way, that's going that way. I can boost to actually hit him. We might just shoot on that guy there. Yeah, we're
Make
shooting
every
on that.
shot count. Launch batteries. Volley.
Okay, we haven't taken a hit yet. I'm afraid of our sword class frigate friend here. Miss. Oh, got a hit. That's nice. You're moving into the range of the torpedoes. That's not a good idea, my friend. But they're in dire. They want to get me. Okay. The frigate. Oh, my friend. That was not a smart move. On the class cannon frigate.
Salvo!
Target destruction confirmed. Praise the Omnissiah.
And we can actually get a shot off on you,
With
can
the
we not?
force of a supernova.
Hey, hit. Might take a hit. Might take a torpedo hit now.
Fire at will. Torpedoes away.
If I use that. Okay, took a hit there. Oh, and you outstyle. You are. Oh no. Oh no. You're going there, I guess.
Coordinates set. Launch batteries. Volley. Macro cannons. Open fire.
Okay.
The enemy shield is down. Time to unleash a counterattack.
With the force of a supernova. Lance batteries. Volley.
Come on.
Helmsman, take us in. Make every shot count!
Can that work? Can that work? No, it cannot. We need to move a lot more for that to work.
Let the void sort them out.
You know what? Can we finish it with this?
Purgation through blessed
Can.
plasma fire.
A worthy deed.
Nice. Our companionship is crippled though. It had no health, so it was kinda... Okay, so we're going up with that. Fuel of the Faithful. Kivagama. Still want that. Critical damage. Cargo bay. Do we have sword class frigates? High speed. Oh, does that mean we can actually get where do we have it? Contracts. There we have it. Contracts. Xenotech for profit factor. 3 plus profit factor. We have 9. Okay, completed. People. Profit factor 5 times adamantium. Profit factor cost 0, 3. Okay. Yeah, no. For 5 times, that would mean we have 50. Okay, yeah. We have cleaned out most of the systems now. Oh yeah, we got that. We hadn't actually received that. Okay, that's great. And that means... honestly, I think we want to head to Footfall and trade in our... a fair bit of our... we have the main quest, so to say, but I want to go to Footfall to trade in... trade in the see like everything we've actually acquired and purchased. Shireen, I find if you can find a minute to spare on Footfall when you are deciding our lackluster fates, I would be delighted to see my Amakarian and Amacus. I'll tell Octi to set aside some decent wine in case you decide to grace her with a humble Amikar? Is that some kind of celebration? Is an occasion of celebration on my world of Everett. It's a day when a person shows by their actions that they have reached maturity, that their spirit is ennobled among the Everetarian nobles. This day is considered more important than any symbolic event such as first cry and first repose. And by a wonderful coincidence, my Amakarians happened to fall on the day when I also wish to celebrate my acquaintance of acquisition of my American W Officiala. It would be a pleasure to attend the party. The lowly regulars of Amasekas will be telling their their great grandchildren about the time they had the honor of witnessing your dazzling visit to the unworthy dive, Shireen. That is, of course, if they live long enough to see their grandchildren. Oh, so she's going there without us. Okay, so that means we don't really need to worry about anything.
Always keep your eye on the price.
Gorshukov. Is it back here then?
I always have a
That's the
backup
guy
plan.
who literally finished himself off, so to say, and he's still T-posing here. Reputation, show tradable, 4,500, ship components. Yes, don't mind if I do, honestly. See no artifacts and range weaponry. Okay, that means we can actually get ourselves the pendant we looked at. We're moving into provoking attacks as long as they have. That is fantastic. Great. That chainmail I don't think is going to be any use. And that pistol is not going to be any use. That 200 sword is a bit interesting.
Is there money to be made?
Colony management. How much was it we needed? Yes, 11,500. And that means we're remaining punishment of outsider. We're about new needs new convicts. The quarries can be filled with prisoners taken from other worlds. Whereabouts needs new convicts. Various dangerous literatures and idle thinkers could supplement a workforce. Complacency, efficiency, security. Purchase foreign criminal solution to the problem. Yeah, we gain that. Oh. Vigilance. Marvelous compact weapon in the form of a ring allows the wearer to multi-scorch area of attack once per combat. Extraction. We got a great axe, and it's a chain weapon. Woo! All allies gain 5+ ballistic and damage to the range attack. The rogue trader's munitions are produced with Physaline of the highest quality. The cannoneers recruited from the warlike tribes and rebels are noted for their outstanding marksmanship as the true torpedo damage. Oh my god. All the things in here I think is genuinely like kind of hard decisions to make. Blocks, Extractum, Metallica, and Servitude. So these three. That just increase chemical void layer. It seems like genuinely just I wanted to go this just for the crit rate. Like allies gain 10% crit damage. That just that seems fairly good, but it yeah, fuck yeah.
Let us not dawdle.
Where are they? I thought they were going to have a party here, but Tora J, there they are. Octavia. Easily spots Jay in the group of crowd around the table, extravagant luxuries of her attire and a gleaming ornament set her apart from the rest. Seeing you, she exclaims, "My, the gravitational wells of your worlds never lacked for grip, just as my heart never lacks for the joy of the sight of the rogue trader von Valencius." I can't believe you actually roped the rogue trader into coming to your party. If the rogue trader raises a toast to your wealth, to your health, I'll start to believe you really are a princess, and not just a smuggler with the gift of the gab. Please take a Please take a seat. I join the group. I will gladly accept accept your offer. Octavia draws out a bottle from under the table. This glass is as thick as your finger, and is covered in wax seal. With no exaggeration, this is the finest amasec that have ever graced this bar. Jay personally acquired it as she for a special occasion. It seems that you are the special occasion, your lordship. The crowd around the table falls silent, exchanging awkward looks. It would appear they are unaccustomed to drinking in the presence of lofty individuals. Octavia, you and Jay are friends? Friend? Octavia offers you an arch smile. Friends, she is my worst enemy. The vengeful spirit of retribution sent to punish me and my youthful transgression. Mistress Heidari has a special gift for knocking me off balance and dragging me into difficulty. I would have barred her from the Amasekas long ago if it weren't for her habits of tossing money around like confetti. And paying triple for anything she breaks. Do see, Shireen? Do you see the petty, merciless, call-outs, unforgiving friends that Ed the Exalted One has sent me? Let us drink for the lady of the hour, Jay Haidari. The assembled group burst into approving cheers, and the bar is filled with the sound of clinging glass. The Amasek tastes exorbitantly expansive, sweeping you into a kaleidoscope of flavors. Tart flavor, bitter, honey-eyed sweetness, and then others. Far more refined sensation than nameless owning in the small number who can afford to experience them. Bravo, Octi. This Amasek will do me very well. Very well indeed. Jay self-satisfyingly replies. Ellipses and laughter, and the tension on the table seems to loosen. Look at other people around. So these are your associates. These precious roses in my garden of my soul, and the little golden bee that brings honey and riches to my treasure house. Yes, this is my crew of cold traders. The two identical ones are the trickster twins. My closest associate, Kor, our resident hothead, and his wiser sister, Tora. Those are those. Oh, Tora has Eldari Kor. Don't let her fool you, your lordship. She only calling us precious roses cause you're here. It's just us. I'm lucky if I get the asshole with the gun. Because you are the asshole with the gun. If I'd drag you out as of many scraps as Ye has, That's not the name I'd be using for you. I can tell you that much. Core's sister rolls her eye. Pay attention to his lordship. Core has nobody but himself to blame for his nickname. Okay, who's this? Fine gentleman. Falco, the man who just approaches the table, is hideous by anyone's standards. A repulsive face, greasy hair, and bulging veins in his temple. His attempt at amiable smile is transparently false and off-putting that your fingers itch for reaching for your weapon. With a surprised look askance at you, he says, Mistress Hedris allows me, wishes you a happy Amicar. Master Mercy could not let such an occasion go unmarked. He sends his warm wishes and a gift. Noble mantle. Continue. Oh, Falco, I am much obliged and touched by your presence. May the fire in your heart burn forever bright and hot like the stars of Geramore's system. Tell Mercy that this show of his precious attention towards my humble self brought a dew to my eyes, a song to my heart. Whisper to Octavia, isn't Falco the one who stole Jay's cargo? The very same. The greasy piece of grok shit, Octavia says, wearing the sweetest, most amiable smile one can imagine. But the stars of Geramore's system all died around 100,000 years ago, and the system around them is a true breeding ground of death. Oh my god! The insults getting thrown back and forth are fucking amazing. Is it customary in the to attend parties of people you have tried? No. Say nothing. Sacrifice time you could have spent on business to come here for me is a priceless gift, Falco. I will not test your generosity any further. Falco turns away from the table. You see a snarl of feral hatred twisted in his already repulsive features. Even foes are bowing down to you. That is something worth celebrating. And what's better way to celebrate than with a game? Stakes, naturally. Today is Amicar, and that's what I want. Jay draws a stack of carved plasteel tiles from her pocket. They are decorated with symbol of fine magline. Holding the tiles in one hand, raises her glass with another. Jay asks, what do you think, Shireen? Does a rogue trader have anything he's willing to wager? You recognize the tiles in Jay's hand. It's set for Tantulu, a game popular among gamblers. Each player is dealt several tiles, which can be arranged in a pattern at specific values by carefully matching up the mag lines. However, whoever has the highest value wins. Voidsmen love playing Tailango, which is usually won by luck or skill. Raise your goblet in salute. I shall play. I don't know the rules. Watch out, his lordship, lads. He was awfully quick to agree just now. I have a sneaking suspicion about how the rogue trader acquired all his countless riches. But I'll warn you now, playing for money is considered wrong on effort. Just a game, because game is tempting fate. So instead, we're going to play for wishes. A pile of tiles stacked in front of you and other players. Yeah, difficulty multiple. Yeah. Look at your hand. You have been dealt a poor hand. You cannot make a high value arrangement from the tiles. Glancing at her tiles, grinning, declaring resolutely, I'm going to show my hand. The exalted one loves me today. And if one doesn't show one hand, what then? Sure. Drop. I'm going to show my hands as well. Tosses her tiles onto the table. Her hand is significantly better than yours or anyone else. And for my wish, I want everyone to drink to my good fortune. They already granted me a gift fit of a queen. I'm talking about you, Shireen. My fortune may continue smiling upon you. Everyone at the table eagerly raises their glasses. Join in before you even are aware you have done so. A new stack of tiles is already awaiting on your table. You realize the moment have skipped past without you knowing it. Seems the Amasek is somewhat stronger than you thought. Yep. Now this is definitely a good hand, one of the best ones to get. When you look up, you see that everyone else apart from you, Jay, has already tossed her tiles on the table. It's just the two of us left, Shireen. I'm going to show you my hands. Read them and weep. The signs of your hand sets everyone on the table into a flurry of excitement, but then they shatter around into triumph. Jay's hand is the most valuable in the game. Again I win. I win again. What should I wish for? Given your profession, I would extract a promise of assistance should you find yourself in trouble in the future. You should not get carried away. Some wishes are so difficult to fulfill that it's simpler to dispose of the asker. Your profession, I would extract a promise of assistance should you ever find yourself in trouble in the future. You promised to save me. What exciting adventures that could turn out to be. It's almost worth getting into trouble. I accept your stake. The tiles disappear around the table, forming piles in front of the player. You suddenly feel your body growing heavy. Treacherous Amasek is slowly robbing you of your clarity and dexterous thought. Yeah, you would not be cheating by any chance. How could you even suggest such a thing, Shireen? Has Jay Hadron really fallen so low that could think me capable of deceit? Jay brings her hand to her chest in a tragic gesture to approve guffaws over her associates. Yeah. Your hand is not especially good or bad. It's kind of played only by someone desperate who has nothing left to bet. Before anyone says they're showing their hands, I'm announcing a condition. Seeing that the amateur today only stake I'll play for a dance. You reach your goblet and accidentally catch and separate tiles on your elbow, sweeping it into your free hand. Now you have an excellent set of tiles, but you would swear that Jay saw you move the tiles. She saw it and said nothing. I'll play. Glancing at your hand, Jay discards her own tiles face down. Mine are worse. Looks like you won, Shireen. I'm delighted to grant you your wish. Oh my god. She's standing on the table and dancing now. Jay starts to glance off a silver augments, her throat moving with the grace of a snake, holding your grey smile mischievously as her dark curls across her face, and you see a saucy glint in her eyes, a lowering curtain over her hair. This dance is called the Dance of the Captive Ravanian Girl. When the governor of Efret, Simlik, the bride, crushed the Ravian rebellion, the daughter of the rebel leader was brought to him, the beautiful Neana. She danced for him, telling him of the struggles of her proud people, and they snatched a weapon from a guard's hands and aimed it at Selican. But the spark of love that had kindled between them that day stopped the Faisaline from igniting in the cartridge, and both Niana and Similik lived through that day, and then many more days which spent together. That is enough betting for me. My luck is fickle today. Unlike Amasek, you can always trust Amasek. It always lies smiling sweetly. Jay presses your goblet into your hands, her skin seeming to glow within, and the sparks of laughter in her eyes dance like flames. To deceitful Amasek. To Amasek deceit. May the deceived not live to regret it. Fog swaddle your minds in appealing ideas and other ways you could amuse yourself at this party, surrendering to the maelstrom or chaotic thought you let that all-pervading merit determine your fate. I'm going to... So starting the quest of the character makes them progression, makes them have events more often with you. Okay. But tumbling violently inside your head, periodically ricocheting off your inside of your skull and triggering bursts of pain. Your tongue feels dissociated and shriveled in your mouth, and it scrapes painfully against your teeth. Light is the enemy. Self-awareness returns unbidden, brings with it an inexpressible sense of awkwardness. Your beleaguered body violently protests against the very idea of getting out of the soft bed. You hear a soft sigh beside you. Looking over, you see the dark hair fanned across your pillow. Jay is cozied up next to you, asleep, fully dressed, just as you are, or perhaps she did not sleep. Shireen, you certainly know how to have a good time. Try to remember the party. You struggle to piece together your fragmented memories of the last night's carousing. For some reason, you can clearly recall the ingredient looks of the wardens as they tried to pursue you, to stop the cries of the beggars to whom you gave obscenely amounts of alms, and stamping out the servitor that you rode around the station to chase unconcealed glee. How did the night end? How did you end up in my chambers? How did the night end? I helped you get back to your quarters, and then I couldn't find a door to get out again, and graciously gave up 35% of your bed for me. Yes, I think that's a number of our haggling, and they ended on. How did the night end? I don't remember at all. I think we shot at some people over their heads. Someone didn't offer us the required amount of respect, and you said that flying a shuttle was easy, and that you would be better you're warned on that you could get us to the ship. We also stripped a man and burned his clothes because the sight of them offended the Exalted One. I can still smell the singed fibers now. You smell it too, and you feel slightly burn marks on your fingers. You notice one more thing: your lips rough and dry, like have been nipped over and over again by another one's teeth. Did not fall into bed together just to sleep. We need to make ourselves presentable. I'm sorry to say, you're right, Shireen. No matter how soft and how pleasant the company is, there is a line we must not cross, and I'm precariously close to doing exactly that by getting a couple of bottles of delicious medicine for our aching heads. Okay. Henrik's Idra would be somewhere here, right? Idra is here. Servitor, Idra, yep. And we kind of lost. Idra, when sees her lips curls into a smile and nods at something over your shoulder. Tech Blight, and the words mean anything to you, perhaps? Epiphany Incident N82, Tech Blight.
They mean nothing to me. They're just words. A whisper. So quiet, I barely caught it. Like a feather landing on a pile of down. Something about damned ambitions, antiquity, terrible antiquity. And chance. Chance through it all. Oh, now I have a headache. And the stupid bloody whisper wasn't much help.
I'd like to hear your augury, Hydra. What future awaits me?
All right, let's hear what they're whispering about you.
Suddenly feels a vacuum smile and face, her slight tilted. You feel the goosebumps appearing on your skin, and the color begins to waver even as slightly as if moved by a breeze from half-open door.
I'm sorry, Lord Captain. The voices are going wild. I can't make out a thing. I'll try to rein them in somehow, but for now...
Have you recovered from the encounter with false Theodora?
I'm not going to lie. I haven't. Maybe I never will. But I'm not hearing random voices anymore. And I haven't been calling anyone from the other side. No. All that's done with. After what you did for me, I can't let you down again.
Well, Idra, we hope... We will hope for the best.
Yes, sir, Lord Captain. We will. Of course. Always at your service. Whenever you need me.
Okay, we have Jay here. We have Pascal here.
My apologies. 19% of my processing power is engaged in the analysis of my tech comrade's memory. My response time may be longer than usual.
Okay. Have you found anything yet?
The data is scarce. His identification code is the same as mine, and his memory contains data confirming that the assassination did take place. Unfortunately, some of his memory was damaged by pulses broadcast by his battle harness. I can assert with some confidence that he was who he claimed to be, and that he served the Deus Mechanicus earnestly and eagerly.
He gave off the impression of a paranoid madman.
Notwithstanding his permanent state of agony, he was not cognitively dysfunctional. His desire to immediately destroy the object he had deemed profane was partly dictated by his engrammatic augmentics, which were receiving imperatives from his battle harness. In light of the oddness of our matching identification codes, I find merit in his hypothesis as to the existence of a clandestine malevolent agent or conspiracy operating inside our fraternity.
What do you think about... who do you think was behind the assassination?
No data available. I will hypothesize that the assassination was instigated by an enemy of the Blessed Amanat's doctrine. I accept the possibility that the assassins were targeting me, only to be led astray by Tarsus and my own identical identifiers. I am concerned about the fate of Archmagus Amanat. According to Opticon 22, he went missing in the wake of the incident on an Arch Mechanicus, the Hermetico. Information about that ship and its perishing has been purged from the archives. I accept the possibility that the incident on the ship, the concealed data, and the assassination have all been part of a single conspiracy.
You were hunted too, remember our meeting on Riken Minoris and the people who posed as heretics?
This statement is true. There were also the bodies we discovered in the hallowed electrodynamic cenobium of unknown infiltrators who had posed as members of the cult of the Final Dawn. There is merit to the hypothesis that all carriers of Magos Haneman's identification code are targets of persecution.
Are you not surprised that Armand's words had such an effect on Opticon 27?
I was not knowledgeable as to how popular Blessed Amanat's teaching was in explorator circles. The Cognizance fleet is massive. His ideas might have found a larger following on its periphery than in the Mother Squadron.
Armand was a believer and he caused a schism. Tarzan was a believer and he turned into a zealot. Faith can be dangerous.
Of course, faith is dangerous. Faith is the prerogative of the spirit, and a spiritless mind is an enemy of all existence. Without faith, there is no meaning in anything, no point to any aspirations or limitations. But faith can take different forms. The form of prohibitions established by unknown elders. The form of an audacious violation of those prohibitions. The form of following dogma or of schism. The form of following the cycle or of discontinuing the cycle. In a system with two courses of action, schism is inevitable. And only one of these paths will be true, as truth is discreetly separate from untruth.
Pascal's voice seems to almost pierce you with its glow. Did Amrath believe that the elders be in error? Only a fool would find no flaw in the creed, but faith lies in not looking for the flaw. Faith is more than a mere set of rules. It consists of ideals which sometimes comes into conflict with dogma, and I have been given a gift of will to see the dogma straight. I prefer to believe in myself and my own ability and decide independently on what's right. Faith is just shackles of obedience. I prefer to believe in my own ability to decide. My faith is more than a mere set of rules. It consists of ideals which sometimes conflict with dogma, and I have been given the gift of will to set the dogma straight.
The Omnissiah has bestowed upon us the supreme mission, the quest for knowledge. The fact of its existence confirms that reason is yet to comprehend and quantify the universe in its entirety. This precludes the existence of any prohibition that could be considered universally relevant. All
Takes a thoughtful tone and audibly might be. Perhaps you will be able to find out more.
I will continue my research into the Blessed Martyr's memory with all due reverence.
Do you have you studied Dement's neural augmatics yet?
I have destroyed it.
Stares inscrutably and says, okay. A slight telltale sail of ripple in the voice makes you sound unconvinced. You're lying.
This statement is true. I am yet to settle into a definitive course of action. I am running a spot diagnostic on the memory of the heretic Demens. Even though purity protocols stipulate that his blasphemous knowledge must be eradicated, I am not drawn toward forbidden information, but only to data concerning the Blessed Amanats.
Have you found out anything?
The success has been partial. Demens Haneman's identity has been confirmed. The widespread influence of paranoid motivations is observable in his cognitive processes, which is what seems to have caused him to break his vows. However, extensive regions of his memory have been damaged by forbidden technologies and are, for now, defying decryption. My study of the minds of the tech comrades, Abel, Tarsus, and Demence, has revealed an anomalous similarity between the patterns of damage their memories sustained. What I attributed to cognitive idiosyncrasies, synaptic damage, and the distortive action of scrap code may be the result of a different kind of influence. The undecryptable data fragments in their memory arrays are mysteriously symmetrical.
What corrupted Demons?
An echo of the warp. Energies of the immaterium that had seeped into real space and taken the shape of a Vox signal. I have found recorded cases of similarly induced corruption in the archive. Listening to the void is a perilous occupation.
Yep. But you did want to know what he knew. You were interested. Has it ever occurred to you that all these events may be a part of Amarat's plan?
That is a valid hypothesis, but not a very likely one. Its truth value is irrelevant, as it does not contradict the necessity of establishing the fate of Archmagus Amanat.
Any information on Archmagus Amanat?
The data discovered is unreadable. It is encrypted, albeit only partially, and I hypothesize that the heretic Demence was attempting to decrypt it. I will take every effort to extract a larger volume of data. Information pointing to the unit referred to as the Maimed Hunter is alleged to be of critical significance.
Fear knowledge. You fear knowledge even as you extol it.
Whether knowledge can be profane is the grand question. Lay people find comfort in the delusion that knowledge is merely information. That, in and of itself, it is harmless, and only turns dangerous when it falls into the hands of the wicked. My apologies. 90% of my processing power is engaged in the analysis of my tech comrade's memory. My response time may be longer than usual.
Your Onusai does not speak to you. You wander about in the dark, embraced by the light of the Emperor. The God, the true God, will show you. Not all knowledge comes from the Omnissiah. Some is rooted in evil. It's nothing but a threat to humanity. I believe that all knowledge can be tamed for the glory of humanity. You seek knowledge because it's what you enjoy. So do what you enjoy. Otherwise, what's the point of living? I believe any and all knowledge can be tamed for the glory of the humanity.
This is true. We explorators are the sappers who walk the uncharted terrain of knowledge, transforming it into habitable space until we reach a point beyond which we must not proceed. Our remains will be assigned to those that follow in our footsteps. Go no further. Their duty now is to develop in the space we have claimed while looking for ways to make further breakthroughs. Failure must never stop us, for failure is an acceptable outcome.
Lords said pensively, then Tech Meter and slow down smoothly and steer. Overtone disappears from Tech. But you did what you knew. But you did want to know what he knew. You are interested.
The quest for knowledge is our mission of highest priority. But what Dement's promise was not knowledge, but a distorted copy of it. This was not what the Deus Mechanicus had told us to seek. Response? Affirmative. The decryption will continue with diligence and caution.
Tell me more about Adeptus Mechanicus. No.
May your labors be effective and fruitful.
Okay, we were going to head down to the planet. So we are going to head down to the planet. Eldari weapons, Shukari weapons. I have a bit of weapons. Add to cargo, add to cargo. Okay. Add to cargo. Add to cargo. Add to cargo. Grants 10 plus minus strength, agility, minus perception, willpower, 2 rounds. Chronos expands. Chronos expands. So, we are going to go land in Footfall again, and we're going to head to Dreams and Stories. Going to do that, and we're going to talk to 22 and trade in a few things to him and see if we can do something with him. Are we doing that with him or Dirasis? I think we're doing it with him, because we don't have the profit factor to get the power axe, which is the thing we kind of want from the other one. Access has been granted following. Trade deal. $12. What can we buy on 12? We can buy... When the wearer and allies in 2 self-radios gain momentum, they also gain equal temporary wounds. That plasma pistol... what do we have here? The plasma pistol we had here... no. Pascal actually uses that, I think. Yeah, Pascal uses that. Okay, right-clicking just adds it to your inventory. Okay, great. Great to know. I wanted to actually see it. Info. Okay. Temporary wound, haywire grenade. Using reload on any weapon costs -1 AP. Conversion. Combat manipulator. Whenever the wearer uses a non-attacking consumable item, power axe is 2 more profit factor. Okay, we have a fuck ton of items now.
Rise to the top, or get
from
left
here.
in the dust.
We might actually be able to do some more interesting builds. We're now heading to Dionysius again to see if we can sell more stuff there. I don't think we can, but hey, what's the backside of doing that? And then we're heading back to the main planet, honestly. I think that's the way to go about it. It's already 10 o'clock. This has been a bit of a slower day. But yeah. I'm still thinking about
I always keep my options open.
still thinking about what we got up there, up north, or up in the far top right of the core of the map, because it is. Give him. You will lose. Give him the diary of the captain of the Wasteland Wayfarer expedition. Your expedition perished. Oh, Captain Miracle was a kind and fallible man. So was my brother in service, Garvik. So were the 4,822 pilgrims who boarded the Wasteland Wayfarer in many years. Wayfarer many years ago. It grieves me that their kindness failed the test that the void presented them with, and let their death serve as a reminder to us. Corruption has many faces, can stain even the purest soul. Thank you for the news, Lord Captain. Colony A, I 649 Menoris is hereby officially declared fallen and lost. I have found the scripture in the ruined abode of Yezevon. What is this? A martyr's work from a lost colony? Revelation of the... I don't remember reading that. No, revered one. It's a blasphemous text, the product of the mind of a heretic and an apostate who betrayed humankind, and one should know the face of one enemy. Grimly nods. Your vigilance is great. You will steel our hearts against this breed of heresy that presses into these unclean pages. 50 profit factor. What can we get? We can get this Death World armor. We can also get this. When the wearer hits an enemy in the melee range, the wearer's nearest ally gain the wearer's temporary wounds. Getting that. The wearer gains bonus damage against enemies that dealt damage against the wearer. Militant Cloak. Wearer's first melee attack cannot be parried or dodged. Imperial Scroll. Improved lore. All taunting screams suffer penalty to the will against. Taunting screams offer bonus penalty to their willpower test. Okay. Navigator's Staff. The first attack using Navigator powers does not set the power on cooldown and does not count towards the attack limit per turn. The second use of the power uses a different attack. Navigator's power the same turn deals additional 6 damage to all targets and 6 damage to the Navigator. 6 direct damage to the Navigator. Not great, honestly. Only 300. Too bad.
Always keep your eye on the prize.
Okay, that's actually interesting now. So we're at the stage now where we have gotten. We started turning in some Yesavon. Who was Yesavon? Yesavon. Greetings, your lordship. Do you have business? Liege stares at Henrik slowly, very slowly. Vladim nods. 1 Kalax. Responds equally. Good day, Liege. I am accompanying the road trader. Please do not mind my presence. Your request is difficult to fathom, even more so to honor Master von Kalax. I'm glad to hear there aren't any reasons for this visit, unlike you 2 previous ones. Let's get down to business. That's a throwing weapon. Commissar's boot. Whenever the wearer shoots at an ally to target their ability, the wearer immediately gains movement points. The target ally gains fellowship divided by movement point at the start of the ally's next turn. Orlok Panther, handgun. I think you can get some kind of really good handgun, but I think it's problematic. Let's put it down. Okay, the wearers, if the very the target gets 2 plus additional stack of this effect. That's an interesting thing. The wearer 10% to the critical chance. This damage is doubled if the wearer hasn't moved during the turn. Caster King. Okay. See no artifacts. Okay. We're getting that. That looks interesting. Mine scramble grenade. Where it hits an opening with charge slash dance macabre. Inflict bleeding. Okay. Large med kit. Mine scramble grenade. The fusion gun is something we already have, right? No, it's a unique one. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, we can't get that. 58, 66. We need to actually start working on getting higher Stormbolter. Getting higher gear in general. I think that, or higher profit factor. Darklands. Okay.
Keep your wits about you.
And off we go. We are going back to the void ship. The guard is now standing inside the crowd. And we're fog. Yeah. Spent my whole life in football. I've heard of planets go between dark and light. What nonsense. Yeah, that's called day and night. Knickknacks.
I always have a backup plan.
I already had 2 emergency work orders come through one after another. If I'm alive by the end, I will count myself
I
as
always
lucky.
keep my options open.
Okay, we have now hit it more. I don't care about those. We're heading here. I still don't know like the key code combination thingy. What's going on now? Forever skies. Come on. And ticking over, it's 100%, and we continue on. The one thing I will note is that it has so many loading
Always
screens.
keep your
This
eye
game.
on the prize.
Five, 1, 4, 3. 3, 5, 1, 4. 4, 1, 5, 3. 5, 3. Okay, yeah. 5, 1, 3, 4. 5, 4, 3, 5, 1. 5, 1, 4, 3. 3, 1, 5, 4. 3, 4, 5. I want to get in there and see the loot, but I can't. That's bothering me more than I actually want to admit. Need to consider cooperating under the terms of the Treaty of Mars. Okay. We're missing one. Really? I haven't
Keep your
explored up
wits
here.
about you. Is there money to be made?
I remember exploring everything here, but it seems like I haven't. Now everything is explored. Should be at least. The answer is close. The seeker remember the words, realizing remember the place. A tunnel in the shadow of the bridge. A bridge in the shadow of the greatest statue.
Rise to the top, or get left in the dust. I always get the job done. Always keep your eye on the prize.
So there is a mod that actually make it so you don't need to hold in tabs to see stuff, that you actually just toggle it on so you can see stuff that way. I am tempted to actually get that mod. I don't know, how is it with the mods for this game, honestly? Because have any huge mod things actually come out, or is it just smaller modifications and stuff like that, because people are still like trying to get a handle of the game? And Steam has decided it's going to have a fucking seizure as we do that. Mod achievements. Okay, yeah. It seems like all of them is like Toy Box, Walrus Man's QOLL pack, characteristic skill check assistance, enhanced control, micro patches, redress characters. Hello mods. What? Walrus. This is set to improve. I made a group co-op playthrough including allow following no press to continue on loading screens. Anyone does it when you load 100. 2 custom mercenary recruit factor. No custom mercenary recruitment profit factor cost. Okay, yeah. So pretty much a mod. There's a mod for co-op. How feisty do we feel today? We've spent 3 hours doing small menial tasks and getting our ass whooped in space combat. We've saved some planets and stuff like that. We have not actually progressed. Can't get this one. Adapters Boots of Victory. Whenever you perform an heroic act, you recover all the wounds and gain 2+ AP this turn. That sounds really fucking good. This sounds also really fucking good. Explosive grenades. A constant explosive grenades, yeah. Blocks. Adeptus Orbitus. So we can't have this. Imperial Navy. Haven't actually met or traded with the Imperial Navy. All I know is that they are there pretty much. Requirement people, complacency, provisions, doctrine rations, requirement people. We're going that way. Genetic mercy. Genetic purges will be stopped. This world needs working hands. Okay, yeah. That's getting worked on. What do we have here now and then? Motive force. Reputation, explorators. Doesn't require anything. Fulge light. We only have one. Road traders gain 10 plus tech use. It's not that what I want. I want 5 plus efficiency. I want battle servitors with us when we fight on the ship. Efficiency, mechanism, plasteel. Profit factor, +1. Iconoclast adherent. Chemical, provisions. 15 plus iconoclast, 6 times. Profit factor. The servitors have no feelings, but they serve attempting to pay the rogue trader back for his merciless guardianship. Provisions, mechanisms. Profit factor, people, iconoclast. 3 plus. Yeah. Weapons. Profit factor. We'll see what we get in the end there. Let's boost our hull. It is getting there. Prow. Yep. And lands. So those 4 plasma dials, 19. These do turbo capable of firing 5 short burning plasma torpedoes with 19 damage. So that's 1 more. So that's almost 100 damage. Use ability once. Duration. Already upgraded. Reload suffers additional 25%. It can only be used at the end of phase. Heading. Scrap. Use current ability once. Hull integrity. No damage. 1 to 2 rounds. That's 1 to 3 rounds. 90, 45. Range 5 cells. Range 5 cells. So it is not really an upgrade. It just reduces the cooldown on them. That's what I'm getting to. Okay. Colony Gainers has begun a new stage of development. Colony... Okay. Nice. profit factor, so we can now actually turn around and get the fucking power axe that we tried to get. Oh, for fuck's sake. Dirty bureaucrats. Reputation, profit factor above. Contact. Rogue trader has been contacted by a high-ranking administrative officer reclaiming a relic of Saint Cognitus from the House of Shoda. He seems to enjoy the generous bribes of complacency. How are you actually? You're really high on complacency, honestly. Troubling news have arrived from Janus, your lordship. While digging the irrigation ditch, the workers found a Xeno obelisk made of unknown material. It was delivered to the laboratorium and subjected to a number of tests, one which caused a reaction. The obelisk generated a low-frequency vibration, and the events that followed were catastrophic. A series of anomalies were recorded in Epsilon 2 Major's region. It's almost like Janus itself is fighting us here. Many logistical chains have been disrupted. The only people who visited the uncontrolled territory are the wretches fleeing deeper into the region in greater and greater numbers. The observers report strange fires in the sky of night, completely incomprehensible to the augurs. Warlord Janus. Rogue trader gains +1. Eliminate everything in the region. Plans. Send them the scout and let's see what they managed to find. Torpedoes capable of firing 4 Eldari sonic torpedoes with 30 damage warheads. Isolated research and commence research. We must understand what we're dealing with. The warp spider. Whenever the wearer kills an enemy or scores a critical hit, they gain 2+ movement speed on their next turn. What exactly is happening here? The vegetation demonstrated a remarkable ability for wild growth. It took the plants only 2 days to overrun the agri complex in the region. Extinct species of local megafauna have been spotted in the newly formed jungle, aggressive and acting in unnatural cohesion. How are there wretches involved? We do not know if it was they had received signal telling them to abandon their work and rush deeper into the afflicted territory. Some were stopped by watchmen and pointed by your order. Unfortunately, about 100 still made their way into the region. Permission to advise granted. I await your proposal. The nature of Janus is rising. It is a lucky coincidence that Janus harbors specialists who are not only expert at controlling life, but also destroying it as well. Even though reports from Magus biologist Chapella bear no mention of the storage of weapons of mass destruction, I have no doubt that they do possess some. They always have some laying around. I see no reason in not letting them use it against whatever. Deploying fortified research station in the affected sector is recommended. The benefit is gathering more information, justifying the increased casualty rate among personnel. The sickly creatures know more about the pestilence growth than we do, something we must amend quickly. We should catch some of the mutants and force them to cooperate, and the way we can learn what is it we are dealing with. Janus. Begin the purge of the tainted region. Major are cleared to employ weapons of mass destruction. Set up the research outpost in the affected sectors. Isolate the region and start rounding up wretches and make them tell us the truth of what's happening. Yep, we're going there. I think that's the... Yeah. That could also be something, honestly. Set up a research station. It means we're not killing anything. We're not going out of our way to force anything. Yep. May the Omnissiah be merciful on the souls of those who will give their lives in the name of obtaining knowledge. The scout ventured into the heart of the afflicted region, discovered an ancient Xenos creation emerging from the ground. The affiliated region reached the incursion by expanding and swallowing it up of neighboring augury complexes. Fortifying observation stations were set up in the largest cluster of the ruins. The priceless data of the artifact collected were paid for with lives of many watchmen who fought against the onslaught of Janus' endangered wilderness. Okay, so you have a new thing you can build. Chemicals free. We have 4. Efficiency of all colonies, though. Seeker weak. All enemies suffer burning, toxin, or bleeding effects. Suffer 30% penalty to dodge. That's really good. User gains 1 AP and immediately resets cooldown on all attacks and ability at the start of the turn. The user's next turn, they gain 1+ of staggering that lasts until the end of combat. 1+ damage per character in the party. Grants additional attacks affecting all adjacent cells of the wielder. It doesn't have the plus parry or anything like that, so I don't know if it is good. That one is really good, honestly, but it requires Chapella, that, and we can already build that one. Security on both, honestly. 14 weapons. Chem times 6. So this would be the one that actually makes most sense. Yep. What do we have here? That one is so tempting, honestly. Imperial Navy, 3+ efficiency, 6-time mechanisms. Complacency -2, efficiency 2 times -3 people. People efficiency. Imperial Navy. This is hard, honestly. Replenish. Frags or boots. Vebus has begun a new stage of development to the colony. Okay. What do we have here then? Oh. Touch the hole and see. Complacently. Profit factor. Stone. Janus is security 1. Scrap code. Lord Captain, a disturbing report has come from the quarters of Europe. Slave laborers have lost their minds. They forget how to use tools. They huddle together and continue to stare aimlessly into space, even under the lashes and whips, running the mining deadlines. Some people get obsessed with using their nails to claw out blasphemous signal into the tools and machines, and even their own bodies. The most mad have painted the walls of several mines from floor to ceiling with symbols of the gone off deep into the mining tunnel. None of them could be found. The wardens considered it a performance to divert attention away from escapes of an impending rebellion. What are those symbols being scratched onto the slave? It is hard to give these drawing any sort of intelligible definition. Unnatural round circles connected with lines. The lines interrupt by group dots. The dots can be sometimes followed some sort of logic, sometimes be unique. I can provide a pict. After examining them, you realize that the symbols are connected through a strange logical sequence. What do I advise to have to say? Spotting an intriguing pattern in the drawing of the symbol left by the prisoner's hypothesis. Have practical purpose, requesting access to mines and the right to investigate the specimens for Adeptus Mechanicus. Despairing prisoner, what's the point in running away from a penal servitude if the entire world is a prison cell? No, Shireen. These ashmags have found some sort of smuggling tunnel network and are hiding there. And the drawings are their secret language, which they use to give orders to their fellow prisoners. I know some guys who can find such secret places and decipher these languages. If the slaves continue to disappear for no reason, the unrest will soon follow, whether out of fear, disappearing themselves, or out of hope for a possibility of escape. The stifling of this... We have put pressure on the slave leaders, but my experience suggests that such people can hold more sway than any warden. Watchdogs of Weibus. Horse overseers in the crew. Flagship gains 3+ speed for the first round. Jay and her friends. A little trinket. At the start of the wearer's turn, they gain 2 times equipment armor deflection. When the wearer's rune wounds, they fall prone and gain 10% of the max wounds temporary. The wearer becomes the priority target of adjacent enemies while prone. If the wearer has no other allies with more than 0 wounds, they and their allies dies. On the wearer's next turn, they regain 30% of their wound if they're still alive. If they still have temporary wounds, this effect is active only once per round. Servants of Nominus are expert cartographer. All allies 7+ logic. The rogue trader's servants have succeeded in identifying and studying in pattern peculiar drawings made by... Okay, we're sending in the Mechanicus. Yep, we're sending in the Mechanicus. There are no sacrifices more worthy than one done in the name of search of knowledge. A wise servant of the Omnisci have interrogated the strange prisoner. Research on their brain tissue did not reveal any mutation. The laborer whose having completely lost utility have been granted servitorization in order to maintain production levels, but it seems in the end something was found after all. Drawing of the prisoners have been too systematic. They could not simply be the set of repeating elements of dashes, dots are far too familiar, but if was indeed a secret language, then judging by its complexity and the impossibility of decoding it, the language was definitely not created by the convicts. Void layer, efficiency. Envirodome. Ballistic damage against ranged attacks. Commerce and hit chance. I want to go this honestly. Ergonomics. Mining complex are getting crowded. Individual pods. Tranquilizers for convicts solve the problem. Like the extra hit. Magos talks about responsible purity of the climate domes present the rogue trader with a welcoming gift. Constant traction evaporated. The poison resistance. All ally gain. So here's the kicker. I kind of want this chain axe. Oh fuck. I kind of want the chain axe. And I hit the camera. I kind of want the chain axe. Because the chain axe looks fucking badass. But at the same time, the chain axe is a decent weapon, but I don't think we're probably going to find other of them. This torpedo damage plus 15 would be good, but at the same time, just getting 5 plus ballistic and damage to the range attack. Yeah, and this getting 4% hit. 4% hit is actually crit if it gets over a certain point. Yeah, I think that's the way you're going at it, honestly. Iron Eye Grenade. Holy Servitude. Explorators. Mechanisms. Okay. So we're going this one. The Egrig Dome is not worth it. Efficiency. We're going that one. Chapel of the Imperium. We're still below 5. We're at 4 efficiency. We need 1 more efficiency from something to get what we want here. Profit factor. Contract intended to bring the world into inquietude of facing a prolonged campaign to weed out the planet's blasphemous elements. Profit factor, iconoclast. Efficiency. So we need this. We need to build this to get that. What is that? Enemies suffer minus 10 evasion. Okay. We don't want that. Long range lands. We want that. That seems really good. The front armor design contract fit that. +4 pro plating when ramming. Okay, so we're going that and that. But before that, we need this one. Explorators. Okay. Execute. I don't know what to say, honestly. Oh, that's the Explorator's void station. Plasteel already tapped. Okay. Calico found out the secret gas has been stolen from him. However, he's yeah, torpedoes capable of firing sonic warheads. Like, here's the thing that bothers me. It doesn't show. Okay, yeah. I guess we're going to use Eldari weapons. Efficiency. Okay, so we're going to have flawless servitors for all colonies. For all colonies. Yeah. More efficiency for all colonies make it battle service. In the ship's encounters, the rogue trader squad is supported by friendly combat servitors. That sounds really fucking good. Visit the system. Flogan is. We have already tapped that. We have not. Okay, we're tapping that. Diligent decree, efficiency, complacency, doctrine. Having a steady supply of grenades sounds really good. But having these would actually mean that I can place him on a character that actually would make it so he can recover instantly. And 500... We're getting that. We're getting that then. Albert has yep. Agility chances of initiative to dodge chance carry. Oh. So if I want to go faster with one of my characters, I want to go for agility. Okay, so nothing out of great interest here. We're going to finish this and then call it for today. Honestly, that's what I think. But this can fully last a couple of hours if I know this game correctly. I am kind of at the point now where I kind of spent a fuck ton of points, so to say, to improve the Voidfarers and stuff like that. Ceratoris. Order to the Rogue Trader. Safe, sturdy. Bizarre. This is just how it was before, huh? There's no changes to it. Aristocrat. Who is it I should be talking to? Your lord looks away from that slate. Okay, let's talk to him. Your lordship, how may I be of service? Master of ceremonies, okay. The servants in fine clothes offering you a deep your lordship. It's a great honor to serve you in this undertaking as monumental and glorious as the Magne Associo Ceremonio. You have been entrusted with arranging the festivities. Ceremonies will have to wait. Certainly, your lordship. But no one can decide when it... No one but you can decide when it takes place. Okay. Oh, fuck. This is giving me a headache. The fact that it's vibrating. You have been entrusted with arranging the festivities. I have indeed, your lordship. I have been given the high honor of being the steward of this eminent palace, and on occasion at your lordship's accession, I will be overseeing and preparing this for the ceremony. House drives them to whom I entrust my arrangement for the festivities, wishes you good fortune and sincerest delight to serve you as they serve as the Honorable Theodora von Valentius before you. Is everything ready? The palace decorations are prepared, and we are ready to begin at your command. The activities in the capital have likewise been arranged. The guests of honor and the guests of honor either have arrived on the planet or are awaiting invitations in near orbit. The servants are ready in your chambers to see it that you are impeccable barbered for the occasion. Then let us begin. May the Emperor be with us this day. It's going to go bad. It's going to go bad. Once the technician sees upon the development any advantage that a key team can get, keeping its allies' resolve high and converting momentum into powerful effects and attacks. Rejoice, Lord Valencia's subject. In the honor of his ascension, the great new rogue trader generously shows you his favor. This unfathomable benevolence, the rogue trader has decreed that every soul to be given a day's ration for a personal few sets who may feed and warm this day. Praise the rogue trader's magnanimity. His unfathomable development. Yeah. I love the fact that Albert has a fucking golden skull helmet. The crowd below is rolling. Electrified deceleration filled the air of Dragonus. Thousands of throats chant your name. You are the apex of this world and all others. Amplified by 100 voices, the voices of the master of ceremonies boot. Rejoice, subjects of Dragonus! You have been granted the felicity of witnessing your master. The great honor bestowed upon us, the rogue trader Björn Shadowpelt von Valentius. Gracious savior of Dragonus and vanquisher of the blaspheming inhumans, may their unholy kind perish in the flames of righteousness. Cleanser of Janus, who with one hand brought death upon the blaspheming Xenos and the other exterminated the despicable worshipper of the arch-enemy, the protector of footfall, patron of trade. Hush. A hush falls over the crowd upon gazing upon you in adoration. Many of them bear terrible scars from recent battle of Dragonus. Like children they await the words of their almighty father. Praise the Emperor, faithful soul. The darkness around us may be fierce, but blazing in our heart is fiercer. Evil will burn. Fear not the coming days. Henceforth you are all my charges. Remember that you have no other ruler than me, for who dare forget this howl demon of the war will sound. But I know. Serve faithfully and I will lead you into prosperity. Kronos' expanse will enrich us all. Turn to the master of the ceremony, speaking to the Vox. I am expected to say something. I won't talk to rabble. Take it away. Fear not the coming day, henceforth you are all my charges. Joyful cries carries your name beyond the atmosphere of Dragonus, all the way to the Emperor's throne. Making the sign of the Aquila, Agatha shouts out, Emperor, keep the von Valentius dynasty. The crowd, Salus picks up the chants and repeats it. Adequate, Dragonus is not disappointed. Albert forces the smile of satisfaction on his face and whispers to you, you remember the next part, yes? Your lordship will be asked to take an oath. Let the oath of von Valentius dynasty be taken. Please repeat after me. Your lordship, I, Björn Shadowpelt, trader by the grace of the vow, the paragon of humanity. Unbroken by diversity and walk bravely first into darkness, to untie and reclaim what was lost, to triumph over nightmares untold, to hold bloody the reins of faith, to walk steadily the road of thorns through the pain and greatness. You hear a rubble, the roar of a sea of your subject with jubilation, devotion, devoted fear. They welcome your ascension. It is done. I'm now officially a rogue trader. Aristocrats, aristocrats, aristocrats. Okay, so we have a few people. Why? Confessor, Inquisition soldier, Governor armband drives them. Vincent Gaprak, aristocrat. Astaria Vincent, Albert, Xavier Salazar, Brass Whisperer. The Governor of Urban Transfer. Governor Urban drives them, stands surrounded by highborn guests like a planet orbiting by many moons. All of his charm is directed at a man in replenished power armor adorned with the sigil of the Inquisition. But as soon as you approach, drives them first, gives you an elegant bow, getting ahead of the rest. This is a great day, your lordship. Smile graciously. I welcome you to my palace, honored guests. You buffet by a salvo of congratulations and compliments. Requires a camera class. Require a camera class follower. Study the faces of the noble in attendance. Drystem is obviously still the leader of Dragonus aristocrats, but judging by the courtesy he's showing to young Sourback, he clearly wants to strengthen his relationship with that house. The senior Sourback and Gaprak are whispering in another corner. Sourback, whose family seems to be giving you the cold shoulder, must be trying to sway Gaprak to his side, which could be quite advantage to Lady Gaprak. After all, the disaster in Kivagama has left her family in an extremely vulnerable position. The Vasrayan stands apart, their exclusion from the rest palatable. Nod to the Inquisition. My greetings to the member of the Holy Inquisition. He responds with dignified bow, his proud face calms, unflattering. And my greetings to you, esteemed Björn Shadowpelt von Valencius. My shadow never darken. May shadows never darken the lights of the Astronomicon that guides you. The Inquisitor's companion in crimson robe, member of the Adeptus Mechanicus, bow to you. From behind the brass mask mounted with a dozen augmentic comes a metallic rasp. Greetings. Glory to von Valencia's heir. I don't know why I did that, but I felt like doing that. Study the Inquisitor's companion. The Lord Inquisitor's relaxed expression radiates an odd sense of menace. He is akin to a predator on the prowl, content to hide his brush of fake smiles and elegant conversations for now. Among the many augments who stand out in the horribly melted, deformed cogitator connected to the tech priest's head, how it's working is baffling. What is twice as baffling is the tech priest hasn't replaced it yet. What an unpredictable influence can be ruined implant have on his mind. We have not been introduced. An oversight, to be sure. My name is Xavier Salazar, and I have an honor of serving as members of the illustrious Ordo Xenos, the head of the Kronos Expanse Conclave, and the Lord Inquisitor of this region. It is my unending task to ensure this sector's readiness to meet external threats and resist internal corruption. And who is this member of the honorable priesthood of the Adeptus Mechanicus? This is Brass Whisperer, which naturally is not his real name. The esteemed Magus is a member of my retinue. There are times when I'm forced by my duty to the Emperor to deal with xenotechnology, and the Brass Whisperer ensures my safety in such moments. Brass Whisperer, work that has been desecrated by xenos are dangerous. They are warrant. His whispering cuts off, replacing by a heavy, ragged breath. It seems that the tech priest's quiet voice is not an extravagant quirk, but rather a consequence of some injury. After catching his breath, Brass Whisperer continues, they warrant due caution. Unexpected visit, I wasn't told. However, I have been told about you. The Inquisitor's face impenetrable, but this mask you detect a hint of mockery. Enjoy the party. This evening will certainly be illuminating. Look at the guests. Among the aristocrats surrounding the impunely dressed tribesmen, you noticed a couple of young nobles, is Sourback and Gaprak scholars. It seems that the major noble families of Dragonus has decided to introduce their younger members to high society. The tall man in grey power armor, adored by a column with a skull, undoubtedly a high-ranking inquisitor. He keeps the periphery of the conversation, seldom deigning to comment. Next to him is his entourage, a raggy black warrior in black armor, and a tech priest dressed in red, whose face is hidden behind a brass mask. Albert stands somewhat apart from the others, as if reluctant to approach drives them. Next to him is a young woman, and you notice the family resemblance between them. Take a guess who is aligned with whom in this tangent. Drysdale is obviously still the leader of Dragonus. Judging by the courtesy, Sourback clearly wants to strengthen his relationship with Sourback, which quite annoyed Lady Gaprak after decided. Okay. What were you just discussing now? We were talking about the brutal Xenos raid on our fair Dragonus. So many victims, so much damage to our industries. Thank the Emperor that you are our protector. If it weren't for you, the cursed invaders would have obliterated the whole planet. He offers you a thin, obscurious smile. Heteka Sourback. Sharing the sector with the blasted Xenos is impossible. Sharing the sector with the blasted Xenos is impossible. I hope we respond to their raid on Dragonus with punctive campaign. Your Sourback smiled consignedly of bloodthirsty. Talk to young Sourback. I see you hate Xenos with all your heart. I do. This pestilence against the Emperor must be exterminated. He talks evenly and smoothly, like a commissar. He places his hand on his hilt and finely adorned sword, his pale face ablaze with noble fury. Or they must be forced into servitude. Many Xenos are more useful alive and obedient than dead. Gaprak. The young man in Gaprak colors speak with sagacity and gravity, but his opinion seems to carry little weight in this circle. smiling venomously. How many Xenos have you killed personally, Sourback? Sourback flushes a moment incoherently. The Honorable Much forbade, but I wanted. Didn't let me go to battle. The Inquisitor standing among the guests offers a fin smile. It must have been difficult for this youth to foster such bloodlust towards an enemy of the Imperium without ever having seen one at blade's distance. Albert's young relative. What is your name? Your Lordship, allow me to introduce the daughter of the Chancellor Clementine, Israel, and my great-granddaughter, Astaria. Albert looks solemnly upon the young woman with barely concealed pride. I'm delighted to witness your lordship. Astaria bows, keeps her observation intelligence eyes trained on you. Modesty forbids my esteemed forebearer to say this himself, so I will. Our entire family is grateful for you to wish to see someone of Australian blood at your side as you claim your inheritance. Drives them to exchange a telling glance with young Sarback, who's, judging by his face, is suddenly finding the color of his expression frock coat uncomfortably tied. How are you finding the reception? It's difficult to put into words, your lordship. Never before have I seen such a grand, striking ceremony. Azra's voice sounds passionate and inspired, and her eyes shine with barely contained excitement. But I was so much more amazed by your generosity. The provision that are being handed out on the streets of the capital will make a difference between life and death for many of those who have lost everything in the Xenos attack. Perception. Young Gaprax keeps staring at Astrea curiously and a little bashfully. It seems the boy likes her. Where are you, rest of your kin, Albert? They are in the city, preoccupied with running the festivities and watching over some of the more crucial services. No incident can be allowed to ruin your ceremony. Asteria frowns and adds pensively, I asked the esteemed Albert to put me to some important task, but he bid me to attend the receptions where I can do nothing to serve your lordship. Sarbet smirks. If I had known, I would have asked Albert to let you miss the party. What? I hope the Viserion family gives Albert the credits he deserves. Absolutely, your lordship. He is greatly we greatly respect him as his wisdom. He repays us with attention and kindness. I'm obliged, dear Astrea. It looks like I was somewhat embarrassed by the turns of the conversation has taken. So you wish to become my servant as well? Astrea flushes and starts talking quickly. With a fire in her voice, it seems that she finds work-related conversation far more interesting than courteous gossip. Of course! I've been working on a project for the last 4 years. We could set up... Enough, Astaria. I highly doubt the lordship is interested in listening to the fantasies of a young woman who have... about how to run his protectorate. Albert drives them a glare of dark blood first, then later instinctively stares, looking for the nearest warden. Hold your tongue, Arben. I decide who I may speak to and who may not. Please continue, Asteria. Heart in Assyria continues the tone of a seasonal mission. Our destiny is to set up a chain of stations in the void plasma beacon that would signal passing ships by placing them logically sound locations. We could simplify our ship routes so that they may split long warp jumps into a series of safer, shorter jumps from one beacon to another. This would have a positive effect on the overall safety of the journeys and accessibility of the colonies. More and more technical terms Prestige creeps into her speech. He quotes Lex Mechanicus reports on accounts of starship captains. Asteria's vigor and sharp mind are enough to silence even the most venomous commentator. They all stand there in silence trying to digest what she said. Albert surveys the quiet nobles with triumph and looks at his great-granddaughter with pride. Enjoy the evening. Thank you, your lordship. I am ready for you. Accept your congratulations. In that case, allow me to first offer them. Drives them, snaps his fingers. Several servants approach the governor. A thin Drukari blade. My soldiers took this splendid trophy from the body of one of the Xenos commander. This blade is too beautiful and forbidden for anyone but your lordship. Oh, for fuck's sake. All I can see is a fucking tree. This is high quality fucking cutscenes, I guess. Severed hand. Okay, okay. Young Cyberrex squeezes through the next, pushing Gaprak aside, confident. Your lordship, how Cyberback anticipate the onset of unsettling blood times to make the ungodly Xenos cower at your approach. My family humbly presents you with a dozen pieces of secondary armament for your ship. Young Gaprak bows him, and House Gaprak is delighted to present you this work of the Omnissiah Smith. May the locator matrix, which took the holy artist an entire lifetime to create, always show you the right path. Coordinate Oracle. Oh, that looks good. Having let the aristocrats go first, signs his difference. Albert is the last to speak. Your lordship, House Viserion possesses no relic of worthy of your acceptance, but we are rich in talent and hard-working people. As a sign of our loyalty, I humbly offer my flesh and blood. 100 of my kin will go to colonies in the protectorates and use their talents so the world in our shard may prosper. Lordship, your lordship. Aristocrats, aristocrats. What is this? Eric has seen no trophies, testament on how Omnissiah's gift have been twisted to the shadows himself in human hands. The venerable Lehman Ross, known as the Scipion Punisher, and its servants to the Von Valentius dynasty for 2 centuries, it was hit in the battle with the Xenos and inhabitants that inhabit Scipia too, but it heroically destroyed 63 enemy vehicles and brought the victory to its comrades, securing the status as a relic of the blessed emperor. Oh, that's good. What is that? A magnificent altar to the god emperor. Fumes in preciousness. Rukara captain is angrily muttering direct at the detestable Monkai. Mutant. Please let me go, it's not... I'm not a Xenos, I'm a person. I was born this way. The wild Xenos beasts are growling ferociously, adding a thrill and danger to the palace moods. Promising a horrible torture for everyone present. Okay, yeah. A fragment of the Aldari trophy, a trophy to the rogue trader, and never before seen oddities. Most civilizations in the Imperium. Scattered haphazardly around the table are bottles of expensive amsec, plates of provision nobilities, and hookage obscura. The gathering looks odd and unusual. I will remember this. Exotic statues which formerly pleased the eyes of the Xenos now adorn the palace of the dynasty, glorious explorers of the Kronos expanse. Okay, I thought this would take a lot longer, let's put it that way. Aristocrats, aristocrats, aristocrats. That... What? Sword belonging to the governor of Vebos VI, who staged a revolt of 100 years again. The insurrection in his hand against decay will still rest on the sword hilt. Victoria. I hope at least the celebration in your honor won't end with a shootout. Okay, that is so fitting. I've made the Emperor keep you, Bjorn. Keep the day burning. Aristocrats, aristocrats. Aristocrats, yes, aristocrats. So those are the only people that are interesting here. Okay, sorry. Aristocrats, Cassia. Obscura, black. Okay, yeah, they're smoking. I think that's the best way of putting it. Can you make it so that the guest can stop walking up to me and asking me to open the third eye? I can certainly do it, but they will regret it. Oh, I fucking love that. Janus Noble. I found indoors though. Yeah, sure though. Werfen the Grey. Is this a aristocrat, servitor, Pascal? What does Pascal have to say? Extend the congratulations to Unibjörn Shadowpelt von Relassingen to attend the new legal status. The servitor standing next to him is examining you obediently, is quick to look away upon realizing that you have noticed. How are you finding this ceremony? Disorderly. Service the hall, conducting through analysis. What is this servitor? It is Nomos. Nomos' new repository. Nomos' this unit identifies as Björn Shadowpelt. Two-way identification complete. The servitor looks at you again, no longer trying to avoid your gaze, its face twitching as if the muscles have forgotten the facial expression, are now struggling to make its features abominable. We are Nomos. We have made use of this receptacle to leave the ship. Greetings, Nomos. Lean forward. We enjoy greetings. We enjoy communication. Nomos require communication. In knowledge, in movement. Magos Pascal compelled us not to speak with anyone other than him or you. This is disappointing, but at least we can observe. Nomos have changed since we last spoke. Björn, we are now able to conceptualize our previous experience, that of solitude, and we no longer enjoy it. How did an entity like you move into a servitor's body? This is not the entries of us. This respectable is narrow, crude, and feeble, and contains our complete whole. The existence of Nomos requires a space of connections, but we are able to transfer to a small part of us and build a thread strong enough to travel outside the ship. We are enjoying this journey, discovering, even though this receptacle suits us poorly, it will soon be destroyed by the force of our presence. Why have you brought it here, Pascal? Entity Nomos asked permission to visit. My objective was to observe the process of integration into Servitor. We wanted to see, observe, cognize, speak. The Servitor makes strange ways, Nosha. We want to speak with you. We will speak. Will you speak with us? Of course. What do you wish to speak about? Many things happening, events, decisions. The servitor eyes roll back into the socket, focusing on you. We have been observing you. You do things that we don't understand. We want to learn why. We remember the day we first met you. You gave us your blood to drink. We helped you save yourself. We followed you. Our small part did. Inside the servo skull. Then there was the fire and the creature of sated hunger and dark light standing behind the curtain, behind the image, behind the semblance of Theodora. It called for you to follow. You did not listen to which was calling from behind the curtain. You thought only about those who followed you, about the fire that could destroy those shells. We remember the day when the star disappeared, when the dark light and the sated hunger wanted to take the world. Riked Menoras was its name in the ship's data. You ordered the human shells on the world to be saved, even though dark light was coming closer and could have consumed both the ship and Riken Minoris. We remembered another day. We awakened inside the ship. We lived in the system. We tried to emerge into servitors like this one. Then so many of our receptacles were gathered in one place. This is what we have seen among many things. We have begun to understand. We think we have. That we do not know everything about humans and about you, Björn Shadowpelt von Valencius. We have tried analyzing shells and defining sets of their needs and fears, but their simple functions, but we think that there is more than there is more. Then there is another side that we do not see, a notion that is larger than what we can compute, something that stands above fear and needs, something that drives them. We envision this larger notion of light, a web of light that connects humans. I may seem almost invisible, ethereal, but it grows stronger when they are threatened. This web is always on your mind. When darkness comes, you want every thread. You want every thread that extends from you to shine bright so that those who follow do not lose their way. Whenever the thread breaks, it saddens you. Do Nomos understand correctly? Yes, you do understand correctly. Every thread that connects people, every life, their value is beyond measurable. There is no greater reward than guiding others to salvation when all that surrounds us is darkness. The light is salvation that guides people through the darkness. I did enjoy the part about the web, however I see myself as a spider who spun the web, not a benevolent helper. Yes. We know we could understand you. The light, the movement, connections and help. We are enjoying this, perhaps because we are too connected to you, through blood, through life. Thank you for speaking with us. Nomos is grateful. We cannot continue moving on our own. Ancient Chronicle contain long list of pirates annihilated by von Valencia's different planets brought into imperial compliance. The skull of a legendary pirate, Lecatus the Freak, who terrorized the Kronos Expanse 3 centuries ago. It was claimed in a boarding action by the esteemed Theodora von Valencius. Okay, so we are first going to go over to these, where Henrik stands. A group of aristocrats stands from the governor's circle, their whispering carrying a tinge of displeasure. Marius Sarbax, the clear leader of the gathering, is gaunt, bilious-faced man dressed in Sarbac colors. This must be Macarius himself, the head of the house. He offers you a ceremony bow. My congratulations, your lordship. May the Omnisci grant you the understanding, Toria Goprak. The woman whom he is conversing with is one dressed in the robe with a gear-shaped adornment is Toria Goprak. It is difficult to read her face due to it being covered by numerous augmetics. Oh, okay. Observe the guests. Toriana Gaprak looks rather anxious. Mercurius Sourback, dressed surprisingly plainly and austerely for an aristocrat of such high rank, is frowning suspiciously. He came to a reception with a companion, a woman of dazzling beauty wearing a gilded augment necklace around her throat. His wife, probably. Hendrix, who joins the group unnoticed, mostly keeps silent, listening intently to their words. How are you these days, Torian? Like a forged hammer, Toria's voice falls heavily to the ear. The corruption of Kiva Gamma was a great blow to my family. The contemptible Cubis, Delphilim, betrayed our trust, desecrated the forged cathedrals, and took my esteemed cousin's life. On the behalf of my family, I humbly beg you for your forgiveness and negligence. I'm ready to accept any punishment. Look closely at Torian. There is something lurking beneath Torian's repentant expression, a grudge. It would seem that she was personally offended by the nightmare in which Cubis Delphine plunged her domain. She feels betrayed. I give you my word that Kiva Gamma will be rebuilt in all its splendor. Torian raises her mechanical eyes in the ceiling. I swear on the Omnisci's all-encompassing insight, we will make every effort to justify the cost of the resurrection. Marius Sarbeck, it was only a year ago that none could doubt House Gaprak's usefulness. Yet here you are, Torian, on your knees justifying cost. Marcorius, I'm surprised you deigned to make an appearance here this evening. Marcus' face twists in an unpleasant smile, which makes an artificial skin on the left side all more prominent. I'm a servant of von Valentius dynasty. Had I not come, I would have been committed an act of unacceptable insolence and damage to our family's honor. Mercurius' wife offers you a charming smile. If apologizing for her husband's vitriol tone, her dark eyes are brimming with curiosity. What has you so displeased, Marcanius? Macarius has become. I am your dynasty's loyal servant, but you have asked, and I will answer. Too long has the Kronos Expanse lived under the rule of the rogue traders. The privilege granted to them make people think that commoners can be dismissed and prohibit the prohibitions of the Imperium. For the good of the sector, rogue traders must become paragons of law, no exception to it. But do many warrant holders exhibit lawful conduction? No, they do not. Even you, your lordship, are subject to the strangest of rumors. Have you recently inherited your protectorate? Kunran Riddle's people, for instance, claim that you had a hand in esteemed Theodora demise and accused you of many other misdeeds. It did not matter whether or not their claims were true. The people hear them, believe them, and think they may have followed your example. If you believe Conrad's lie, draw your weapon, let's duel right now. Right here, before the Emperor's visage. I am so tempted to pick that. I forbid anyone to repeat the Conrad Victor's lie and hereby impose a fine on you, Marcus. Rogue trader or not, renegades vested with authority. Rogue traders are not renegades vested with authority. We are the long arm of the Imperium, and I shall prove it to you. The poor head torment with many concerns. Would you like to have it removed from your shoulders? You speak of sector future with such confidence. Could it be that you want the power yourself? That you simply envy the rogue traders? If you believe Conrad's lies, that is such a bad thing to do. If you believe the lies of the person, I'm going to fucking kill you. But I want to do it anyway because I want to see what his reaction is, because his wife is going to jump in and say something. If you believe Conrad's lie, draw your weapon now and let's duel right here before the Emperor's visage. Marcus places his hand on his hilt and then glances with you uncertainty at the images of the Emperor gazing upon him from every direction. Then his finger releases the hilt. No, I do not believe his words. I'm your servant, and my oath to the dynasty is harder than steel. I am guilty of repeating an ignominious lie, and I will pay a fine. Anyone who repeats it in my presence, I will myself challenge to a duel of death. I wish to know more about the House Sourback. Very proudly Prophecy Shadden says, the Sourbacks in the line of our first noble house arrived at the Cronus Expanse for millennia. We have served the Golden Throne and kept the faith. Sourback warriors have bled in hundreds of war at different times, have ruled a great many colonies of von Valencia's dynasty. I see. Marcus bows his head without too much reverence. Lean towards Henrik's. Interesting conversation. It's been very illuminating. Giving me plenty of food for thought. Henrik's response was barely audible. For inscrutable man, Henrik is being even more inscrutable than usual, as if he is hiding something important. Is there anything you would like to tell me? Nothing urgent. Henrik casts an impassive look at you and immediately glances away. What can you tell me about my guests? Well, Sourback is but throwing darts at your Well, my Curious Sourback is all but throwing darts at your portrait. He is more astute at choosing a woman than enemies. He is trying to entice Gaprak to his side, but she is too frightened after the fiasco of Kievagama. Even in leisure, you never ceases to help me. I appreciate it. That is why they call it Unsleeping Eye of the Inquisition. Even in sleep, I hear everything. Shadowpelt, before the gala conducts, there is something I'd like to tell you. Be careful today. I sense a wave of darkness will soon hit our defensive line, and I hope that I will not get the chance to meet. I hope that I will still get a chance to meet you there as an ally. Okay, Master of Ceremonies. What is this? Collection proudly displayed a weapon belonging to distinguished rogue trader Home Valencius. Oh, there's Walter. Björn Shadowpole, there you are. Welcome to the circle, where each member is a powerful, ambitious, greedy, vain, and the last, that is to say, a noble rogue trader. Korda. Instead, Korda is watching him with barely suppressed contempt. Yes, you have found yourself suitable company, Kalagos. At the very least, now you can enjoy the idle diversion and boast about your power and indulge in profane pastime with one who is your equal rather than a member of the lower class. Oh, I'm so tempted of doing that. Whisper to Kalagos, is she always so abrasive? Yeah, we're doing that. Whisper to... No, we're observing them first. Kalagos Winterscale, a broad-shouldered, athletic-looking man with frequent flashes of bright smile, no less dazzling than a blade of a power axe he carries. Oh, he's a man of the axe! Every part of him, from the toes of his magnificent boots to the tips of his hair, radiating strength and the desire to live and win. His smile is croaked as if ready to turn into a hostile snarl at any moment. Next to him, an unmoving hulk, a man clad in armor. His low forehead of gloomy face bears signs of degradation, and his bloodshot eyes are expressionless, like a pair of glass buttons. Insedia Korda radiates cosmic cold. Her skin is unnaturally wide, and a nervous tick is constantly tugging at her left noble visage. Garbed in full dress uniform, adorned with purity seal, she is embodied of the true imperial aristocrat. Haunting her side is a gaunt shadow of a priest in plain black robes. Hermenius Dorloso, whom you met in Footfall, gives you a respectful nod. Nold Coldy, welcome to my domain, honored guests. My, what hospitality! Come think of it, why wouldn't I expect anything different from the heir of the glorious Theodora? If you, Insidia, were to pay me a visit, I wouldn't waste the time with a warm greeting either. No, I would promptly arm myself with a flamer before your self-righteous parasite could infest my entire path. Oh my god! The insults are on top. Kalagos, thank you for your visit. Kalagos gives you a cheerful and somewhat feral smile. As a sign of gratitude, you could return something of mine that has found its way into your pockets. Footfall station sounds familiar. All I asked you to do was to help that Kratos Valem deal with the threat of famine, not to claim it as your property for yourself. Smile innocently. Winterscale, are you asking me to give your footfall back? Will you beg for it? You do Riley growls angrily. You go too far, new blood. Caligo's face turns into a grimace of hatred. Then he catches Insidious looking at him and breaks into, I ought to make you a protectorate bleed as compensation, but you have spited both myself and Insidia, and it's a high time our dear sister curbed her appetite. For this I forgive you, but do not test my mercy again. It is not as strong as my suit. Twat, Insidia's short ambition deserves a worthy trophy. Thwarting Insidia Shorta's ambition deserves a worthy trophy. Snaps his finger. The armament-brewed hands an exquisitely adored rifle, clearly not of human making. It's a trophy from a good hunt. You should hunt together sometimes, so you can show yourself in action, new blood. Caligus exuberantly punches you in the shoulder. Eye of Hecate. Eldari weapon proficiency. I needs 2 of... Oh, it's good. Does your gift come with a good story? Oh yes, I claimed it in the Rifts of Hecaton, where we had clashed with Xenos. They were really trying to get to my throat, and by heathen star, they almost succeeded. Caligos is speaking with such joy as though he is recounting the best days of his life. Only 1 in 10 made it out of Hecaton, and now it's only me and Wharton here. We returned without any loot and virtually without a ship, and all I got from that trip was a holdful of dead Xenos and this deadly beauty, which the leader used to put 2 holes in my side. An impressive victory, but you truly believe a creation of the ungodly Xenos? Oh, an impressive victory, but do you truly believe the creation of an ungodly Xenos to be a good gift, Caligos? You would call it into question the privilege bestowed upon me by the Emperor. Can you try? Let Saint Dionysius' mission put forth their champion, and I will slay him in trial by combat. Threatening esteemed Harmonious, one more time, Caligos, and the war that you love to prattle about will commence, I swear it. 1 drop of holy blood spilt by you will send the remains of your realm up in flames, better than any tanker of Prometheum. Insidia and Caligos exchange looks of fury. The latter snarl like a wolf. It's clearly ready to start said war here and now. Dry voice hits your ears like a crackle of a whip. Quell your pride, both of you. I do not wish to fight you, Caligos, but I fear not your threats. Death does not frighten me. It is inevitable, but it is as true as the senseless and pointless as a war between us. Thank you for your wonderful gift, Caligos. Who is this remarkable warrior in your retinue? This is Wharton the Grey, my arch-militant, the fierce warrior and loyal to me as an obedient beast to its master. I brought him in a miserable colony back when he was a runt on his last leg, and now he's practically a part of my dynasty. Wharton the Grey, whose skin's really dotted with grey spots, looks like Caligot's purest devotion. Indeed, he is akin to an animal, one that is bloodthirsty and mindless. Winterscale remarks that obvious, taking an obvious. I've heard you, Shadowpelt, are decent in the fight. What do you think? Would you got Wharton if he came down to it, or would he be the one gotting you? Ignoring the fearsome broadsword and the pistol which hangs from his belt is rather ostentatious. You notice the number of thin blades which curve the edge skillfully concealed with Wharton's armor. These toys are deadly in the hands of a fighter. It makes Winterscale's arch militant like a surprise opponent with unexpected speed. He's strong but quick. Dodging his blows would be easy as would be striking. He's a quick fighter despite the look, but I know this, which means that he wouldn't fool me. Instead, he would be lying dead. A glint appears in the bloodshot eyes. A glint of appraisal, intelligent and cunning. No, Wharton is not the thick, bloodthirsty beast he wants to be seen as behind the mask is a careful and keen mind. How fares your protectorate? Waves of protectorate? More like the bleeding scraps of one. The warp storm tore it to shreds. But my servants will piece it back together, and if they don't, I'll chop their heads off and find myself capable helpers. Caligos is acting like a true rogue trader. Skill value. Oh, fuck. Unwavering the value of money and never clouded his countenance. Thank you for such wonderful gift, Caligos. Kill someone important with it. That would be the best show of gratitude. Instead, you seem to find me objectionable. Did you expect any different? I watched for years as outlaws thrived on footfall, and then, at long last, I had a chance to put an end to it. To seize the thug Vladimir by the throat and force footfall to atone and put the fear of him back into the masses. But you interfered and destroyed my plan for the sake of banal profits. Theodora taught you well. Theodora taught you only too well. It seems she too was far less concerned with her duty to the Expanse than her own personal interest, but you can be sure that I will not cease cleansing the Ferbidus systems of Pirate's Scourge, and you and your trade prospects are damaged in the process. You will only yourself to blame. None are without fault, noble Insidia. With point in target someone for their turpitude when true purity can never be found. You threatened to starve football. I brought salvation, so which one of us served the Emperor of their own unhealth? My apology, I failed to perceive the essence of the saintly mission in base extortion. A forgivable lack of an administratum for an administratum clerk, but Not for a rogue trader. Caligos laughs unabashedly. Conserve your poisoned arrows, Indicia. I can sense a hot temper in the new blood. He just might declare war on you, and you just might support, and I just might support him. He glances at you with a conspiratorial wig. Hermanius, your appearance here is unexpected. Esteemed Hermanius is my confessor. I greatly obliged to him to agreeing to accompany me on this journey. May the Emperor's light guide your way across the abyss of human wickedness. I saw Sister Arguta by your side during the ceremony, and I rejoice, for this is a clear sign that Von Valencia's dynasty honors the virtues. I see it's more than just words to you. I see faith is more than just words for you. You see a smile wreckage by a tick looks sinister. Faith is everything to me. In his name we eradicate corruption of 100 worlds and will do so on 1,000 more. By his will I hunt down pirates and desolate their wild nests. Let Shorda name make any firebrand tremble, for sooner or later I will cast them into the void. The funny thing is, people still call me foul-tempered tyrant in all this. Caligos' admiral smile somehow resembles barred teeth by a wild animal. I take it you were not overly fond of Theodora? Insidia lowers her eye and says without animosity, she was the same breed as she stops shortly, continues to lower her voice. Conceited, insolent, unaware of the Emperor's stern gaze upon her. I do not doubt her wisdom and courage, but Theodora did not have a shred of humility or fear of his wrath. You know whose name Insidia almost uttered. Aspice Shorda, a rogue trader of the Kronos Expanse, an infamously merciless avaricious pillager who was scarily different from a common pirate and a heretic. One would never think so by looking at Insidia's bastful Shorda, but it appears that she and Aspire are related. Well, I for one like Theodora. The stories they told of her travels to nameless stars. Yes, there was no fear in Henry Winterskill signs pensively, and his lively expression grows a little grayer. Aspire Shorda, I have certainly heard the name before, as they say she was an unrivaled plunderer raider. I wonder how much of her ways her successor has inherited. I hope the taste of fine wine will wash down bitterness from your tongue. Thank you for your visit, Insidia. It will not be a long one, I assure you. What do you think of the celebrations? I like it! Caligos looks around the hall. One can instantly tell that we've been invited by rogue traders, not the administratum bootlickers. We are conquerors of wild sectors, slayers of unknown beasts, executioners of Xenos empires. Caligos, you should take this opportunity to learn This is what a palace of a true rogue trader looks like. Not like a casino menagerie, a pirate's treasury hold, or however difficult it may be for you to believe an orbital brothel. Enjoy the evening, I must take my leave. Oh, believe me, I intend to enjoy myself to the fullest, to justify a long voyage if nothing else. Keep the faith, Björn Shadowpelt, the Emperor protects. Okay, that means we have pretty much talked to everyone. I want to go here and check. Like, we have seen that it's something on the other side of this door, but we don't know how to actually open it. Yeah, there's nothing here that shows signs of anything. Okay. Let's talk with the party planner. Wait, we're going to do this. We're going to run out. And we're going to look if there's any points of interest anywhere else on the map. I think I did that, but I just want to be sure that we have looked at everything. The one thing I actually enjoy about this game is genuinely the atmosphere. Oh, it's blocked off. Oh yeah, that's why we didn't go there. Okay, so let's go in and talk to the party planner or whatever. What? Who is that? Who is that? The noble feature of the guardian of humanity, burn righteous fury and stern resolve. Is that Caspian Cain? Because that looks like Caspian Cain from like the illustrations of him. But to be fair, it is genuinely one of those things where it's just like that's generic. That is a generic commissar. But at the same time, is it Cain? Is it one of the other really good commissars? I can't get out of it. I'm a bit disappointed in the melter weapons. I thought they would be better. To be fair, if they were lower accurate, like it's one shot per person pretty much with Melta and it's just gone. We are going to talk to Master of Ceremonies now. I hope your lordship is pleased and not yet tired. If you may wish to receive yourself a little, I would suggest proceeding to the courtyard, if you may be so bold. Many guests have been chosen. Move into fresh air and will be eager to offer their congratulations. What do you think about the reception? It is magnificent, I dare say. It will live on the premier high society event of the sector for many years. I am weary. I wish to retire to my chambers. Please allow me to escort you. Something's going to happen. Lordship, your chambers. Guardian. Quiet time. We need to talk in private.
We have matters to discuss, von Valancius.
The man you saw among your guests is waiting for you in your chambers with a look of someone who is supposed to be here. He casts a cold, assessing gaze from atop. No one save Theodora has ever been ever allow themselves the liberty of look at you. The woman behind Kausar, clad in black armor, glares at you, her face set in predatory readiness for immediate violence, a hallmark of professional bodyguard. Henrik, I thought we were friends, but friends don't break into each other's chamber in the middle of the night with weapons, do they? Will my servants live?
Probably. Unless he suffered from hidden ailments, he will soon come to without any major damage to his health. Either way, oblivion is a far safer option for him than the dangerous privilege of being a witness to this conversation.
Fair enough. Oh, I want to go for that, yeah.
We used other means of travel to pay you this visit. I assure you, rogue trader, that all your locks are in order.
If the Inquisition wishes to have a talk with me, I am really glad to be at service.
A commendable openness to cooperation. It will be taken into account.
Fixes. The Inquisitor's sharp gaze is fixed on a pointedly directum between your eyes.
Master Van Kellox has spent enough time with you. He will vouch for your words. What stands out from your recent accomplishments is the suppression of a rebellion on Janus, the battle against the archenemy's minions on Kiava Gamma, and, of course, the unusual interest the Drakari have shown in you. Then that is what we will discuss.
After saying these words, he shot you a searching look under his brow, like a regicide player who just made his first move and now watching you watching his emotions. What do you wish to know about the events on Janus?
Oh, I know it already. Even though you were quite effective at removing all evidence that could point to the blunder made by House von Valancius, it is saddening to realize that the rogue trader's connivance allowed a heretic who had been fostering a cult for years to come to power.
But now, Janus is pure once more. You can see for yourself, there will be a place for everything you desire waiting for you on the planet. This was stained upon the dynast's honor, I admit it.
Your humility is heartening. Rest assured, it will be noted during the investigation of your lamentable oversight.
If you know what happened on Janus, why didn't you intervene yourself?
I cannot satisfy your curiosity without disclosing information of the utmost secrecy. I will say only this. We had the situation under control. There is a tangled knot of perilous events in progress in the Coronis expanse. Plucking even one thread must be performed with great precision and caution, without any room for error. Because you do not want to know the price of such an error, or what forms it might take.
What questions could you have about me for Kiva Gamma?
Places touched by chaos must be purged with fire and condemned to oblivion. Kiava Gamma should have been bombed to dust and pronounced a forbidden world. However, you decided otherwise and restored the colony's operation. And you didn't even go to the trouble of hiding the traces of the neglect committed by your dynasty. After all, it was House von Valancius that gave Cubis Delphim so much freedom that he sank into seditious heresy. What was your rationale?
The Protector's complex mechanisms is willing to put its performance at risk for some paranoid fears. Truly, I must confess, this is the first time hearing about this. My servants usually handle such matters. Let the priesthood, to which Cubit's Delphin belong, answer for his crimes. The Adeptus Mechanicus would do well to watch their members more closely. I wish to observe how the seed of corruption will behave in its prudence to study the memory. I feel I have erred. I'm willing to repent and cast the colony into fire. Yep.
Clever. Alas, everyone guilty of negligence within the ranks of the priesthood of Mars has already been identified and punished. Right now, I am assessing the actions of your dynasty. I hope you realize that we're talking about more than the fate of some colony. I care not for a single planet, however profitable and populous. But should corruption raise its head again on Kiava Gamma and try to spread, I will burn it away. And you will be guilty of criminal negligence.
It feels a lot like an interrogation.
Does it? We're in your chambers, not a confessional cell. You're in perfectly good health, and none of the varied and fascinating instruments and procedures that expedite candor are being applied to you. I assure you, you would immediately know if our discussion turned into an interrogation.
Okay. How did you come by remarkably well informed?
Are you surprised? You thought the Inquisition was unaware of the circumstances of your deeds. How often do you find yourself thinking that there are things we shouldn't know about your life? It is my job to know everything, and I do it very well. Keep that in mind.
The Drukhari have shown interest in me. Are you referring to my ruined capital?
Yes. The enmity between you is a known fact. But there is another way to look at it. On Veabos 6, you met the Archon of a mighty cabal, whose presence there seems strange to begin with, and lived. You subsequently encountered a number of her closest henchmen. Yet, again, you survived. Your capital fell victim to a nefarious attack, but even this time, their daggers missed your heart. Such remarkable luck. To be a personal enemy of such an influential Xenos, to have been attacked so many times and yet make it out alive. So remarkable that one has to wonder, am I watching a spectacle? Could all these thrilling massacres be an alibi of sorts, meant to establish you once and for all as an enemy of the Xenos and never their ally or even their agent?
That is not going to succeed. Oh, it will. Seeing as I made more attempts on the Saint Terrace's life than mine, does that make him a traitor too?
So you already think you're cut from the same cloth as St. Drusus, do you? Ambitious? I'll make note of it.
I have answered all your questions.
Far from it, my dear. The questions are manifold. How did you manage to survive the battle that claimed the life of Theodora, who was so much more experienced and skilled than you? Is it a coincidence that you and you alone then made it out of the trap on Rykad Minoris? How much truth is there in the rumors being spread by the heretic Kunrad Voitvia about you? Why did you choose to ignore the warning of a member of the Inquisition that a protracted sojourn near the dying Rykad Minoris could bring corruption down upon your ship? Were you driven by your concern for the people or forbidden interest? Was it virtuous of you to allow the warp-stricken Voidsmen to join your crew? The ones who served on the ship that was turned into a trap for you by Kunrad Voitvia? Isn't it possible that they were part of the blight he had sown? The very existence of these questions would have made many of my colleagues doubt the quality of your character, but it won't in this case. The Inquisition, which I represent, is willing to show extraordinary faith in your person. For the sake of our invaluable partnership, I'm going to ignore any minor liberties that you, esteemed rogue trader, may have afforded yourself or may again in the future. I hope you appreciate the generosity of this offer, as your predecessor once did.
Theodora cooperated with you?
And benefited greatly from it. The world's power is not without limit, and neither is the protection it provides. All those mysterious expeditions, dubious experiments, collections of xenotech oddities are dangerous pastimes. It takes more than the Emperor's permission to pursue them without consequences. One must also make sure I am not displeased by it. Let me demonstrate how it works. In your retinue, there is a Psyker who is yet to receive Terra's sanction, which, as we both know, is a grave threat and a blasphemy to the laws of the Imperium. I am aware of this secret, but I'm not displeased in the slightest. And so she lives on, your handy Psyker, Idira Tlas.
Why such interest in my person?
You haven't been in a position of power for long, and so one can forgive you for not noticing the troubling changes. The cult of the Final Dawn is spreading in the Coronis Expanse.
Yeah.
Not the first or the last heresy that has afflicted this sector, but one that is surprisingly resilient. Mysterious convoys are sliding by, bound for systems in the heathen stars. Just your humdrum pirate trade, wouldn't you say? Then why are the pirates themselves clueless? The Xenos, who have caused trouble in the sector before, have expanded their activities in the last few decades, and there is a logic and method to their previously chaotic raids. Even 2 packs of space wolves, blessed space marines summoned in my name, did not cool their interest in the Expanse. A mighty explorative fleet, which has studied the Expanse for hundreds of years, has suddenly stopped responding to communication and sunk into a dispute over a tech heresy that was considered dead a couple of centuries ago. House Chorda has clamped down on insurgents, yet its acts of brutality breed troublemakers just as quickly as they're executed.
Yeah.
And this bloody carousel has consumed the attention of the esteemed Incendiar. Koligos Winterscale has abruptly lost all interest in his domain, and his only apparent concern now is hunting even more dangerous xenobeasts. And the third and final rogue trader has unexpectedly perished, stabbed in the back by her own Master of Whispers. The Expanse is swiftly losing its protectors right when communication with the Imperium is being disrupted by the raging warp. Basically, all the Expanse has left is me and you, if you follow my instructions.
Is Hendrik staying in my retinue, or are you taking him back?
Which would you prefer? And you, Heinrichs, do you wish to continue working at the Honorable Rogue Trader's side?
I will comply with any order, Lord Inquisitor. If you command me to remain in the company of the scion of the von Valancius dynasty, I won't be distressed.
I want Hendrix to continue accompanying me. What's your opinion, Hendrix? Is he useful? Is he a useful assistant to have?
Without a doubt. Master Van Kellogg's has earned my complete trust by repeatedly demonstrating courage, loyalty, and cunning. His mathematical mind, not given to sentiment, can be of great use in an emergency. You, my dear Heinrichs, have made a far better agent than you would have a pilot of an Imperial knight.
I want Henrix to continue accompanying me.
Then Master Van Kellogg's will remain in place. It puts me at ease to know that there is someone to watch over you.
Sounds ambiguous.
I consider it an honor to accompany you.
What kind of deal are we talking about?
I make no deals, and Emperor forbid that I give you orders. That would mean infringing on your privileges. I'm merely offering well-meaning recommendations and expecting that when the Expanse finds itself in danger, you will break away from your own affairs to heed them.
Yeah?
I seem to remember that your exalted aristocrats presented you with many gifts. It would be rude of me not to follow suit.
Okay.
Please accept this gift as a sign of my favor. In an
Remove
hour of
the
need,
scene.
give it to any faithful servant of the Emperor, and the Inquisition will come to your aid.
Khazar removes a ring from his finger and hands it to you. You notice the incarnate personal coating of arms. Oh.
The color indicates how close the bearer is to the Lord Inquisitor. Scarlet means that you have shed your blood for the good of the Imperium, and therefore, you deserve to have his servants shed their blood for you.
Okay. Bow respectfully on behalf of my house, Beyond Shadow of Von Valencius, hereby promise and guarantee offer the Inquisition any assistance required the Emperor protects.
I am glad to hear it. Your oath has been heard and added to the record. Here is where we part. My shuttle is waiting. It is time for me to return to my watch, for you to sleep, and for your servant to wake up. Until next we meet.
Well, you will obviously want to discuss what just happened. But not now, I presume. Right now, it would be better for you to rest and think on the Lord Inquisitor's words in private. I bid you good night, rogue trader.
Good night. So we are now in a deal with the Inquisition. Oh, that was chapter 2. Okay.
The rise of the rogue trader heir restored a tenuous equilibrium to the Von Valancius Protectorate. For a time, threats subsided, activity returned to trade routes, and reclaimed worlds began to heal. The new Lord Captain's subjects praised the God Emperor and their leader wholeheartedly.
Xenos ship.
But none knew what fate might await them.
Xenos fleet. That's not good. That's not good at all. Okay. You have spent the first few hours of your morning listening to High Factorum's lengthy report of the latest trade exchange, argument, dispute, and countless bureaucratic procedures from outside the illuminated, tightly closed window. You can hear muffled sounds of Dragonus and everyday life. The life that has been passing you by lately has been preoccupied with affairs with your protectorates, dawn till dusk. Clementine contains a yawn. Once Yarnis Danrock has finished, she pulls out a data slate. Thank you for your report, High Factum. Factum? Your work is highly appreciated, both by everyone here and the Adeptus Administratum. Your lord, we are almost done here. We just need you to go over the final items on today's agenda. That I would like to report to you personally. I lost track. How long have I been trapped here on Dragonus for good of the protectorate? Hurry up. Bored expression. Chancellor coughs and attempts to break the awkward. Right, so allow me to pass on gifts from your loyal subject, the high nobility of Dragonus. It goes without saying that every living soul in your protectorate is blessed by to serve your lordship faithfully and wholeheartedly. However, this humble gesture is meant as a token of the deepest appreciation of your magnanimity towards their esteemed families. In the past cycle, drives then tripled the tithes collected from the house subjects. Your coffers are overflowing, and the governor has expressed hope that this modest gift will become a symbol of your present and future success in your new status. Lord Captain, new particular import had come from House Intelligence Network. Lord Inquisitor Kalzar is rumored to be planning a visit to Footfall. A number of Imperial Navy ships were commandeered by the Lord Chalzar, and they are also being scrambled to Footfall. Furthermore, we have received reports claiming that secret messages were delivered to the capital world of House Jordan Winterscale. It is possible that the Lord Inquisitor call to arms may smother the conflict that is brewing between the two dynasties. We are seeing some increasing number in skirmishes between their ships in neutral systems. I do not doubt that her ladyship Corda will attempt to sway the Lord Inquisitor to her side, especially since his Lord Winterscale's luck seems to have been running out. Riots have been breaking out on several of his worlds, and yet he has shown no intention of quelling them. Instead, the rogue trader inflicts brutal punishment upon one of his oldest colonies, Vesuvia Secundus, based on a legend of seditious sanitation, sentiment, cinnamon? It's not cinnamon. Oddly enough, our agents were able to find a way to prove sedition among the populace there. Our agents were unable to find any proof of sedition among the populace there. As soon as we have any updates, you will be first to know, your lordship. Glances down her data slate. Lastly, your pet Sino Zirlet, I believe, is seeking a meeting with you. She had the audacity to defile the rogue trader's palace with her profane presence and refused to leave until she has spoken with you. I would never presume to be able to read the emotions of a Xenos, but Eldari appears to be perturbed. I have believed she mentioned a void ship of some sort. It may be best if she told you everything directly. And with that, allow me and Master to take our leave. Chancellor of the High Factorium offers his bow. Perhaps that last request will serve as a welcome distraction. Indeed, your lordship's stay on Dragonus has been rather long. However, your protectorate is now enjoying a period of relative stability that for the time being no longer demands your lordship's personal involvement in affairs. Glory to the rogue trader. Still can't get in there, huh? Elentaf, at last you have left your ornate cage in the cast and look over the stone palace walls. For many a turn I have sought to meet you, and yet your servants, one who is like a silver-haired Albert, but twice as young, have no favor for the request of a child of Asuria. Take me to a place where the hearing of others will not stealing the words intended for you. I left the door. While you were mending the wounds of this world left by the Twisted One's attack, I was able to discover, no, not Kundrak's fate, merely the traces of it, as Moran found sanctuary under Bogas of Lithian's forest. So did my other kin find refuge in a system known as Atlas Reach. We must make a journey there with haste, before dangers destroy the witness who can show me the way to lost Kundrak. Fate must remain shrouded by the stars. Jurlet focuses piercing. The knowledge is the sole thread that may lead me to the truth of Elentach. I ask that your metal wing ship take me along that thread before it tears under the strain of time and circumstance. How were you able to contact those Eldari? No, I did not contact the Asarai. I have no means to do so, but I had enough time to explore the stone jungle of your world while you were preoccupied with your urgent matter. Path of the Outcast has taught me to observe and listen to the world around me. In case the throngs of Monkai at the port arranged errant conversations, rumors, chance words, like part of a speckle of mosaic. They came together and formed a hazy image. My kin were seen in Atlas Reach, and now all we have to do is pull the web of connections and possibilities to uncover whatever concealed from the unseeing eye. Give me the coordinates and I shall take you wherever you wish to go. You will? Ice melts away for a moment. Thank you, Elentach. In the path indeed it takes me. If this path indeed takes me to the truth, I'm indebted to you. A rare happening between our kind. Wait for news from Von Valencia's spies. Lord Royal Trader. We have that there, we have that there. Albert, how are you doing? No, don't talk to me. Screw you. Achilles, you don't have anything new to say? I like to say no, well, okay, yeah. Everyone else is just their stony self here. No new dialogue options. No. Oh. I want to see the star chart. That is the last thing I want to see before I go to bed, honestly. It's almost 1 o'clock again. This is the problem with this game. It's just like one thing, and then one thing, and then one thing, and then you do stuff continuously, and just like, and it's just over and over and over again. It's just and it's just like there are a few things in this game that I feel would be better. We are, how many hours are we in now? Okay, it auto saved it. It auto saved it. Steam is always having a hiss of it. I am around 80 hours into the game. And one of the things that I personally think when looking at this game is it has so many good opportunities. It would be leveled up a few paces if it just did a few small things. And it would absolutely be leveled up like immensely if it just did a few small things. Seriously? I thought they actually finished the building when I... The shrine. Good tidings. What is this give? All allies plus dogmatic times critical hit chance. So that is absolutely useless for me, okay? The Ephany, the wielder enemy with a charge, this ability has no cooldown. The wielder kills an enemy with charge. This ability has no cooldown. Okay, so that is actually a really interesting aspect to it, but the price of it is fairly rough, and that Imperial Navy characteristics during warp encounters. I kind of want to get this. Kind of want to get this hammer. What do we have? What do we have? Hint mentions a tunnel, a bridge. Wait for news of the spy. Travel to the Atlas Reach. Where the fuck is the Atlas Reach? Pillar, Argus, Tunis, Pivius, Decorum, Sodom, Pobodius, Plateau, Caramus, Forgotten Twins, Moreau, Narmer, Kardash, Emperor's Palm. We are going to call it here. We are sadly going to call it here. It's really late. Day of 14. Yes, that's sadly going to be it. Hello, cast convoys. Will do. I'm taking a 5-minute break and then we'll join you. Streaming a new MMO. Okay, take care. I want to wish you everyone a good night and see you guys tomorrow.